Hey loves, it's your girl Mariah Sincere, and I am back with another bomb live. I'm gonna tell you right now, this live is not going to be for the sensitive. Let me say this before y'all come up in my comments, victim blaming, shaming. I'm game tight. You can't manipulate me. If you've been watching me for a while, then y'all should know that. So today we're going to have a serious conversation. What I want to say too is I want to acknowledge all the victims of DV and physical, sexual, any type of abuse, whether you be a male or a female. Honestly and truly, this is the time of spiritual attack. So you have to be prayed up. This is the time that we are going to see the predators and the people who are preyed or have been preyed upon separate themselves, right? This is a time of separation during the period of Aquarius. A lot is being revealed. And on this channel, I don't go for predatory behavior. I've never went for it. I've never been a predator. So y'all will see me get on anybody's ass, whether they are male or female, if they are behaving in a predatory way. But what's up, Jamal? It's good to see you, my brother. But I'm gonna tell you right now. I am so sick of every time I go to the comment section and any mainstream platform in our community that I gotta hear ninja logic. And this ain't just for men. So a lot of these men got more sense than women, right? This is for men and women. Anytime somebody comes out and tells their story, y'all always trying to victim blame and victim shame and act like y'all so smart, even though y'all be crashing out about getting played every other week. So I want to know, what is it? What is it that's triggering you about this case, right? Because a lot of y'all like to get on the internet and say that people who are listening to this Cassie and Diddy testimony are projecting based on what they've been through. But here's the thing. When you go through the game, you get the game. So anybody who has ever been in a DV or abusive relationship who is listening to the testimony on both the prosecution and the defense side know exactly what's going on. That's what's supposed to happen when you go through those type of situations. You're supposed to learn and understand the game and the tactics. Not just that, y'all done got on this internet for years now and bragged about the shit y'all do, bragged about the way y'all preyed on women, gave all this game, done told men how to run the game. Pimpin' Ken done wrote a whole book. And y'all expect that in 2025, people shouldn't be able to recognize the game? Or was it only cool when you were able to run it with no consequences? Is that the real problem here? I want to know. Today's case was a shit show. We're going to talk about it because it sure was. But guess what? Here's the thing about these people that play these type of games and the line of questioning that went on in that courtroom. Y'all all do the same shit. The game don't change, just the player. Y'all use the same tactics. It's plenty of Diddy's running around here. You just never had no fucking Diddy money. Let's keep it 1,000. It's a lot of you dudes that see Diddy and wish that you had the money that he had so that you could insert the power and influence that he has. A lot of y'all that would be going wilder and going harder than Diddy had you had his money. So again, I'm gonna say this to those of y'all who were like, all these people are listening to what happens with Cassie and Diddy and projecting. All of y'all are seeing Diddy squirm and be uncomfortable and see his business get put on blast, and you uncomfortable because you think about all the women that you ran game on. You think about all the times that you had the option to choose to take advantage of a weaker person than you, and you chose to take advantage of them, even though you could have walked away. See, here's the problem with predators. Predators have to convince you that it is your fault why they do what they do. Period. I was taught to look up to pimping kin, and yes, these men want to avoid accountability, just like these female hyenas. This world is so wicked and abusive, and it's female hyenas out there. It's female hyenas out there. I don't see that in this situation. This is a clear case of somebody who used all of pimping kin strategies on a girl who was 19, right? They met when she was 17. I guess officially they slept together when she was 19. And he would have been what, 37, much older than her. Don't y'all get on, that's not you, Jamal, okay? I'm talking about these men that are caught saying Cassie's no victim. Don't y'all get on this internet and tell these men to get these women when they're young and tender and don't know nothing. What y'all say? Fit, feminine, and friendly. Cassie's all of that. That's half of the reason why y'all mad. Because you wish, you wish that you looked like her, had the charisma she had the charm she had, and had the access to the money that she had. But it came at a high price. So I'm not glorifying it at all. But the problem is a lot of you men see these beautiful women and you think about what you would be doing or how you would be using that to advantage. And you have to go home every night and look yourself in the mirror and realize it's just not that easy for you. But it wasn't easy for her either. But y'all like to make it seem like, because y'all don't mind laying it low and spreading it wide. Y'all like to seem like that don't take something from a woman's soul to go through what she went through with P. Diddy. And they think about all the times they wanted their booty played with and do. It's a lot of y'all men to this day. Y'all listening to Cassie's testimony and y'all are like, yeah, for $20 million, I would have a mouth full of Diddy's Tootsie Roll in my mouth. Sure would. I wish my life could get changed overnight like that. Let's stop playing these games. Let's talk about what it's really about, what it is and what it ain't. A lot of you women, haters, jealous. You see somebody like Cassie Ventura, and you think about all the situations you went through. And a lot of y'all got life messed up. Being pretty don't make life easier for you. It makes you a target. You got a target on your back. When you regular looking or unattractive, you're invisible. But when people see you, they want to come take from you. That's what y'all don't understand. Hey, Will's tumbling. In the case of these, what's up, Sultry? Hey, girl, it's good to see you here. In the case of these two, this is clearly abuse and exploitation. In the classic case of breaking a bitch, that's exactly what it is. He broke him a bitch. And y'all want to sit up on this internet day and night in the shade room on site, embarrassing as hell. And I'm not saying in the other communities that they're not, you can go on, if you go on Fresh and Fit channel, you'll see the same kind of comments. But it's crazy how when we talk about other groups of people, you got to go to the fringes of their society to see people make those type of comments. But when you go on the front pages of stuff like CNN, Nancy Grace, hell, they was even tearing Megyn Kelly up because she had Mark Garagos, who is the father of the girl who was on the defense, the main defense attorney. He's her father. Megyn Kelly had him on, and people were like, "Hold on, Megyn Kelly, what's going on? What are you kikiing about? What's funny? Are we laughing at abuse? We giving this man a platform to try to run defense for Diddy?" Them white folks were checking Megyn Kelly. And you come into our community, all you see is dumb bitches who are male identified, sitting up talking about she was not a victim, and men who either been predators or want to prey on a bitch or a young girl, or wish they had Diddy's power or success, or hating on that girl because she was young, pretty, and had a lifestyle you wish she had. All you see is these type of people. Yo, Cassie ain't a victim. She was a willing participant. Sick of hearing that shit. Top, men like to control beauty. And guess what, sultry? Women like to hate on it. Women like to hate on it. I know they like to hate on it because y'all seen that girl going viral that's doing her little two-step. What's the girl named Janelle all over Facebook? She doing the same dance, getting bookings. I don't care. The girl getting paid, young, having fun. She just dancing. All you see is women in the comments hating on that girl. Mad. But I hate these men who are hiding their predatory. Guess what? They just now started hiding it. They weren't hiding it before. They weren't hiding it when they were giving information on the internet, telling other men how to break a bitch, writing books about it, doing consultations about it. Let's be for real. And I'm saying today, I love everybody who is subscribed to me. I would like to believe that everybody that watches me, we are like-minded people. We don't always have to agree on everything, but this shit right here, this is where I'm drawing the line, because people been on this internet far too long telling older men in particular to prey on younger girls. And now we supposed to play dumb and act like the reason why y'all are telling those men to do that is not because they're young and inexperienced, when that's what y'all been saying this whole time. Now we supposed to pretend that that's not the reason why Diddy's go get them a Cassie. Now we supposed to be Ray Charles to the bullshit. Okay. Man, what's up, AP? Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Sorry, y'all. I gotta like bring my tone down. Men have to control beauty, and we get clowned if we lose her. I'm telling, this world is fucked. It's psychotic. What I'm seeing right now, especially in our community, is sociopathic. It's sociopathic. So I'm just gonna run y'all down on a couple of things. Now, y'all know I kept up with my girl Tisa. I also cross-referenced with Armand Wiggins. There were a few people who I watched today who were actually at the court who watched the cross-examination. So Diddy's whole play today was to make Cassie look like she was a hoe. And the argument that the defense made is, yeah, he did all these things. Yeah, he did abuse her, all of this. He's a bad person. They're admitting that. It's so bad that they got to admit the man is a bad person. He's a bad person, but she was a willing participant. Y'all, they had to go all the way to her text messages in 2008, in 2009, when they first got together. They weren't even showing anything brand new. So they pulled up some text messages of Cassie begging Diddy for time. Let's start there, right? She was begging him for time, trying to get some clarity on what our relationship is, because you spend the holidays with me and Kim. And then, of course, she was talking nasty. And at one point, she even was like, hey, can we do a freak off? The messages were like, I want to spend time with you. Can we do some freak off? Now, anybody that's up on game, know that girl was begging that man to do these freak offs because that's the only time he was giving her. Clearly, that was what was going on. The girl, when she was young, played like she was freaky. He wasn't giving her no time unless he was doing these freak offs. Then at one point, they read a text messages where y'all listen to this shit. He gonna say, I love you so much. It makes me hurt sometimes. It just burns me up so much. But you're gonna have to work 4 times harder to prove yourself to me to keep me in this relationship. Come on now. We know what that is. Breaking a bitch. Breaking a bitch. Breaking a young little teenage girl. Breaking a bitch. Let's stop. I love Tisa, but I think she may be wrong in the end. What do you mean? AP look like he an owner of a pimp company. Wilt looks like he owns a dry cleaners. Y'all be saying all these jokes that go right over my head. But he does that, making the band, breaking those men too. Yeah, y'all gonna act like we ain't seen him break grown niggas on national TV. Those men are still, these are men, it's not just Cassie, still messed up in the head over what Diddy did to them years ago. Them girls from Danity Kane. Not only that, Diddy had this girl in a 10-album deal. It's something about that number 10. So I don't know if y'all remember, this was back in like, I want to say 2010 when that tape was going around about the Illuminati and people were claiming that Rihanna was a sex slave. And everybody thought that was such a wild, crazy allegation. But if y'all really sit and think about it, Rihanna had 10 albums with Roc Nation. And do y'all remember at one point she was putting them albums out back to back to back to back, and now she won't even touch music? Then she had to go over there to that Arab Prince and get some money so she could start Fendi, and she left the music industry behind and never went back. Jay-Z got her at 16. Y'all see her and Beyonce, the biggest things in R&B, ain't never collabed, they never really shown no love to each other. Abuse on every level. Yeah, so basically she was signed to a 10 contract deal. Y'all know she put out that first album where she had Me and You, Long Way to Go. What was the Official Girl? Y'all remember she put out that song Official Girl with Lil Wayne? Beautiful. She had everything going for her. Diddy stop putting out her music? Or it got to the point where she ain't want to do the freak offs no more, or she started giving some pushback, letting him know, hey, I'm really not with it. The music not coming out no more. He definitely used tactics to break these people down, all the way down. Mariah Carey was a sex slave. She was. Tommy Mottola got her young. And that's why I love me some Mariah Carey, because she's standing on business now. She don't let these niggas play in her face. Y'all remember that time that dude that was a millionaire, they were supposed to get married? I forgot his name. The white man. For whatever reason, they didn't get married. Mariah Carey took him to court. She sued him for $35 million. What was the reason? Wasted my time. You wasted my time, plain and simple. She didn't get $35 million. They said it was somewhere between $5 and $10 million. But see, people know, don't play with Mariah. She ain't let nobody play in her face since. I think she may be misreading. What do you mean? You think that she thinks that the defense is doing better than what they are? I think at this point, it's a situation where people are kind of complaining because they're like, okay, this is supposed to be a RICO case. And so far, y'all have only introduced what appears to be a domestic violence case, which is not a federal offense, it's a state offense. Cassie is not their star witness, right? What I think they're doing is they're getting the whole Cassie situation out the way. It's the lowest hanging fruit. It's what everybody's seen video on. But y'all got to remember all those tapes that they confiscated. He's got a federal sex trafficking charge. These are the feds in the Southern District of New York. Do y'all think that they would bring a federal case to a federal court and not have an actual federal case built up? They do, which leads me to wonder if they're going to actually have Allie Carter on. Now, if you don't know who Allie Carter is, let me pull it up on TikTok. Allie Carter is the girl who has alleged, although we got confirmation, we've been getting a lot of confirmation from people who have been in the government that these tunnels do exist, and that there are whole underground cities that lead to hospitals, cemeteries, schools, important buildings like the Getty Museum in California that lead to these celebrity houses. Allie Carter was the first one who came out and said while she was in foster care, she got sex trafficked. And to me, that didn't sound far-fetched because we had some caseworkers here in Texas get arrested on sex trafficking charges of foster kids. So when I heard that, I already knew that went on. We're not even going to talk about the 500,000 kids that go missing in the United States every year. Let me pull up Allie Carter. Another person who got brought up in trial today, Jonathan Odie. You don't remember who Jonathan Odie was? He was the sex worker who raided Diddy's house before anybody was even talking about Diddy possibly going to jail. He got arrested in Miami, and he told about the freak offs. Everybody thought he was crazy. He told about the freak offs. He said that DJ Khaled, Rick Ross, Diddy, all of them is gay. He said that Diddy traffics drugs to the United States via plane and bottles. He traffics liquid cocaine. And I wonder if that is going to be brought up. So we might see Jonathan Odie make an appearance at this trial. Can't forget about Aaliyah, yeah. And her parents were involved in that too, just like a lot of those young girls' parents brought them to Diddy. Y'all remember when they made that Surviving Diddy documentary? And I'm like, how you bring your children to meet Diddy or anywhere around Diddy when he already had a case for messing with a young girl? And you know about Aaliyah. She's so overzealous to see Diddy go down that she forgot what the case is about. I could see that. I don't know, man. So far, this case don't look too strong. So far, no. So far, no. I mean, if you're just going based off of you have to hang your hat on Cassie's testimony. But again, I think y'all got to let it play out. This is an 8-week trial. This is week 1. You're crazy if you think that U.S. attorneys hinge their entire case on Cassie's testimony alone. I don't know if Allie Carter will be testifying, just like we won't hear from Justin Bieber. I don't know. It's possible. Now, she's been missing for a few weeks now. Nobody can find her. I love Allie Carter, by the way. She's so strong, but I don't know if she'll be a part of this. I don't know either. Hey, what's up, Binky? Good to see you, sis. I thought Jonathan Odie did testify. Not yet. It wasn't Jonathan. It was Jules. Jules was the one that she used to kind of call. That's her friend. He's the sex worker that's still kind of Cassie's friend, who was like, Diddy would beat her up so bad he couldn't even get hard because she was so bruised up. So the defense's case is they're trying to make it seem like Cassie was a willing participant in all of this. But again, they're only showing text messages from 2008, 2009, when they first got together and she was young. Then you see the triangulation game being played because he was spending time with Kim over her. Then he got with the new girlfriend, Gina. They going back and forth. Then he said that he blew up Kid Cudi's car because crazy. Well, he said he threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's car, but we know he did. To blow up Kid Cudi's car because he felt like it was wrong that Cassie would cheated on him, even though she says they had broke up, cheated on him with somebody that was in the industry when he cheated on her with non-industry women. Do y'all see how sick these niggas be in the head? Do y'all see how fucked up they be in the head? They will cheat on you with your mama, sister, brother. I was talking to this gay dude one time and he told me he slept with his sister's husband. They will cheat on you with people that you know, that you got to see, that you got to run across, but all of a sudden, when it's time for you to step out or just move on, it's rules and parameters on who you can and cannot sleep with. Do y'all see how fucked up they be in the head? That's pimp talk. Mind control. Something is wrong with them. Let me pull up Allie Carter. So tomorrow, guys, the prosecution gets to redirect. So after Diddy's team finished, they're supposed to be finished by lunch per the judge, because the judge is sick of the defense. He said, y'all taking too long. She's supposed to be done this week. Wrap this up by lunch tomorrow. So we don't know. Maybe she'll have to come back on Monday. Maybe she won't. That will be at the judge's discretion. The prosecution will come in with a redirect. Okay, I'm gonna share this.
Diddy parties. Those are assault parties, and I was one of the kids that was one of the party favors. And a party favors means that you're set on top of a table and you're used as a toy for anybody who comes across the table or who wants to party at a certain time of night. When the music stops and then the DJ starts flashing all these lights and they close the doors, and then everybody turns into like a frenzy and starts going into a crazed animal-like demonic state, and you have no idea what's going on. And yes, there was a time where I was just like completely don't give a shit because it happened, and I was the type of kid that thought that, you know, you're in the presence of royalty and they make it seem like you're in the presence of Hollywood, so you should be honored and you should be appreciating that you're there. And I was that person. I totally acted like that. I was like, oh, it's fine, you know, it really doesn't matter. But then it really did matter when my pimp was like, he had rules. He had lots of rules, and it was more money. And if you know the difference between a pimp, a John, and a trafficker, the trafficker is the supplier, but the pimp is collecting the money, and the John is doing the buying. So if the pimp is saying that full house, actual, full-blown sex is, by the way, kids, don't watch this. Goodbye. I love you. Goodbye. If you found my stuff, get off right now. This is the moment where I'm telling you I'm angry. I forgot to put that reminder in the beginning. Okay, cool. Goodbye. What was I saying? Full house sex. Thank you. if the pimp paid for if there's rules to full house sex, and there's rules to anal, and there's rules to all kind of different jobs. Okay, so at a certain point, I was not brought or traded for anal sex, but that didn't matter to a few celebrities that were there. It's not just celebrities, there's a lot of different people. They called it an all-black party, but it was mainly because a lot of the party favors were black kids. I was in the care.
Black kids, little black boys and little black girls, it don't matter. Kids are kids. But this is a monster. I'm not even gonna hold you. I want this man in jail. I want him under the jail, and anybody like him in and under the jail. See, here's the problem. A lot of folks, y'all see Diddy and y'all feel away because this was who you were taught you were supposed to aspire to be. These were our black moguls and billionaires. And some of y'all have all this smoke for the white man, white people. But look at what your own was doing to little black children. And we supposed to want this man free?
Of Riverside County Child Protective Services at the time. I was 15, barely 16.
Hold on, give me a second. Let me get caught up with the comments. Why you sound so angry, Mariah? Just kick the facts because I'm angry. Because I'm angry. It's very simple. I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted by the things that I heard. I'm hearing in the courtroom. I'm disgusted by the games and the manipulation that the defense is playing. And I know they're supposed to play. I know that's their job. But apparently, it got so bad that Diddy was the one directing the defense questions. How crazy. How delusional of him, right? He thinks that he can run better defense than a defense attorney. So yeah, I'm angry about it. I'm angry. It makes me angry to hear about people preying on weak-minded people. That makes me angry. That pisses me off. Because again, I ain't never been that type of person. I was the type of person when I was from elementary school, when I would see people pick on the fat kid or everybody gang up on one kid, I was always the one that was willing to risk my reputation and go get made fun of to go sit with the person that everybody was picking on. And thank God my daughter is the same way. I've been this way since I was a kid. I never liked that kind of shit. I never liked to see people preying on anybody. Even when I worked in the club, I was never the type to try to lie and scheme to get money, baby. I'm here. You look at me. You think I'm cute. You want me to talk to you, but I'm not finna sit up here and tell you no lies or run too much game. Either you want to spend your money or you don't. Because what I'm not finna do is be lying and telling you I'm finna do X, Y, Z and have to sneak out the back of the club. I'm a grown ass woman. So you either gonna spend this money or you not. See, I done always been real straight up like that. So this type of shit, I don't go for it. I've never heard this young girl talk before. Yeah, I'm going to pull up a video about the tunnels. According to many legal experts I've been watching, defense is doing a good job. The government is fumbling. That's not what I heard. I've heard either like yesterday people were saying that you're saying that hold on. I heard that the defense was fumbling. Either way it goes, it's an 8-week trial. We got to let it play out. She's the one that says these freak-offs weren't just freak-offs. They weren't satanic rituals. Yeah, well, it's not even just her. Y'all remember the sex worker from Soft White Underbelly who nobody believed, who I brought on, who I featured in my episode last week, who was saying that she went there and there were children there. And she did this interview, what was it, 3 months ago? So she's not the only one saying that. Okay. Let me pull up the video about the tunnels.
There's cities underground. There's warehouses.
This is the same girl, Allie Carter.
Houses underground. There's actual homes underground. People build these tunnels and they've built them for decades. There's a lot of elite celebrities. They go down there for parties. Underneath the Getty Museum in Los Angeles, California. I was there for a cock party. We walked through the museum, through the garden area, and employees led us to underground tunnels. We had to take an elevator and stairs. We had to be led. There is no way that you can just walk into a tunnel. The entrances and the exits are in your face, but there's no way that you can just walk through tunnels. You'll get stuck. You'll go deeper and deeper, and you won't be able to come back out because it's hard, because the tunnels run all different directions for miles and miles and miles and miles. So if you go down the wrong one, you'll get stuck. And it's confusing to turn back around and get back to where you're going. So you have to be led in and out. I think people assume that when you there's cities underground, there's warehouses underground.
Okay, and then I had another video. Let me show you. I'm sorry, my camera went out. It's gonna have to charge. I have another video. Let me pull it up. There was this lady who works in the government who was basically confirming that these tunnels do in fact exist. Hold on, y'all. I'm on the shade room trying to find it. Let me get to a comment while I'm doing that. I'm from his generation and we never respected Diddy. Diddy and Jay-Z were supposed to be Gen X and millennial black superheroes who could take us to heights we could never imagine. You know, at one point, I never really been a big Diddy person, but at one point, I was a big Jay-Z fan. But then I started delving more into the history, learning more about these parties, learning more about his connections with Diddy, learning more about the situation that went on between him, Aaliyah, and Dame, and then realizing how Jay-Z really preyed on Beyonce, honestly and truly. Now, I'm not saying, here's the thing with Beyonce. You know, I feel like she done did some really sick stuff, right? But that I'm gonna say that conversation for another day, right? But when I start to really see how what he was trying to do, because let's be clear, if it wasn't for Beyonce, people wouldn't really be talking about Jay-Z the way they talk about him. Her career has helped keep him relevant. But I think he always knew he was going to need him some type of R&B diva because women just have more longevity in this game, to be honest. Because here's the thing, singing is after a while, after you get to a certain age, being a rapper is not really cool anymore, right? With the singer, even though they have their expiration date too, it's harder for them to go out of style. You can't really you don't age out of that as quickly as being a rapper. And not just that, women are just simply more marketable because women like to spend money. So if you get a woman who is an R&B diva, she can do stuff like launch a perfume line, launch a clothing line, launch a makeup line. Y'all see how Rihanna has been able to finesse a multi-million, I think she's a billionaire now, career off of makeup and lingerie. A rapper, we ain't really just seen a rapper do that. I know in the early 2000s, they had all these urban brands like Sean John and, whoop-de-woo, but it doesn't give the same amount of longevity in terms of branding. We thought he was gay in 96. Wow. We knew Diddy was on some nasty stuff. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know why, I'm so confused at some of these people's responses and reactions because I'm like, are we gonna act like we ain't been known that Diddy not only is like a nasty person, but a bad person? Like we ain't seen him extort people, like we ain't seen him basically break careers. He will set these people up to break them down, build them up just to break them down. And we've seen him do this for years now. I used to get bullied and had low self-esteem. I totally understand being an outcast. I hate bullying and exploitation. Yeah, me too. I hate it with a passion. And it's like at one point I got bullied when I was young, and then I got to the point where I started growing into my looks more. I got bullied because I was poor, and then I started growing into my looks more. And I just hated seeing people get bullied. I wasn't the person that was gonna bully, because you get two type of people who get bullied. You get the ones who get bullied, so then they decide they want to pick on somebody weaker than them, and then you get those who get bullied and then they have empathy and sympathy for other people who are weaker than them. I was that one. So this kind of stuff, it really makes me mad. Was it ever confirmed when those tunnels the Jewish men had in NY were for? I like that conversation came as fast as it went, girl. I never, let me see. And I thought I saved this story. I'm going to come back, guys, because I'm not capping when I said that woman that used to work in infrastructure. I forgot her name. She's a blonde hair white lady. She was doing an official interview, and she was saying that that there was money being redirected from the Department of Defense to build these tunnels. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up this lady right here before I find another video of Allie Carter. And you know what? I could probably find that video on TikTok. Hold on, give me 1 second. Share screen. Hold on.
Federal subpoena. What are you talking about? This is
a federal RICO trial.
And this is to the people who were like, Cassie is testifying against Diddy for the money. She already got her money. Why are we still talking? She got her money. And ain't nothing wrong with her getting her money. Really, she probably owed more. $20 million ain't nothing. The man offered $50 million just to post bond. So yeah, she settled. You know, I've seen people be like, oh, she lied or she took the money. Now she testifying against him. This is a federal case. She don't got no choice unless she want to go do some time. They don't care nothing about no deals that you made and no non-disclosure agreements when it comes to the feds. They're not trying to hear that. She got a federal subpoena. What do you mean?
She's not testifying because she wants to. She's testifying because she has to. You don't get a choice. The choice
is come to court and testify or go to jail.
Those are the options. If people keep saying, oh, she already got her money, she settled, that case is closed.
Yeah, that was a different case.
That was a civil case. This is a criminal trial. Different court, different rules, different states. And y'all are like, oh, well, I just don't get why she stayed. If it were me.
Y'all, if you get a federal subpoena, do you know you got to really go missing? I remember I had to go to trial for something one time, and my mom was supposed to be, this when I was a kid. I was 14, and my mom got subpoenaed to come in and testify, but at that time she was living on the streets. Y'all, do y'all know the police went and found her off the streets? I don't know how they found her. They went and found her the day she was supposed to be in court and dragged her up in that courthouse. These are not little kids games we playing here. And that's why I wish people would do some research on the stuff they say before they start talking. Y'all just, not y'all that are my viewers, but I'm just, all this internet banner, it makes people look slow and dumb and stupid. Fun fact, Ron Burgundy is the most prominent and direct connection between Diddy and Epstein. Okay. Ton of these billionaires and celebrities have tunnels underneath their houses. Yes, they do. Elon Musk has tunnels. Elon Musk got tunnels. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. Okay, so this don't just sound like we saying crazy stuff. Here go Elon Musk and Gayle King riding in his tunnels that he built.
How fast is this?
This is still slow. We're only doing 28, 30 miles an hour.
Oh my
We'll
God, oh my God.
After we get around the corner.
This isn't just any tunnel.
We can get 100, no problem, but we'll take it easy for you.
It's Elon Musk tunnel. You can't go off the tracks, right?
No,
that's what you're saying?
You cannot go off the tracks.
At first glance, the tunnel is a bit daunting. It's only 12 feet in diameter, so it's much more claustrophobic than most transportation tunnels.
We'll be able to go like 150 miles an hour if we want.
If you're going that fast, what's to prevent it from crashing into another car ahead of you? That's what I worry about that.
Because the autopilot has radar and cameras that will automatically slow you down before you impact another car. You would only be allowed to go through the tunnel on autopilot.
At the end of our 4-minute adventure, the verdict?
4 minutes.
That was scary, but that was kind How fast?
4 minutes. They were riding in that tunnel for 4 minutes. That's a long tunnel. It's a long tunnel. And here's the thing, by the time they get ready to show it to you, he probably got several of these. I believe that girl when she said they have whole cities down there. Listen to this girl. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I wonder if I saved it. Let me see. No, I ain't even saved it. Hold on. Allie Carter. It might still be on the front page. Let me see. Give me a second. I need to start saving this. Here we go. Here we go.
I know that Allie Carter isn't lying about the underground tunnels in schools, and I'm going to tell you why. I just recorded this video and I realized that I didn't use the terminology the correct way for TikTok, so I had to re-record this. Okay, so let's get into it. When I was in junior high school in Queens, New York, I went to a school called RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And it was in Queens, New York. I had a group of friends who loved spooky things. We had just recently found out from I think she was the school counselor. I think so. Yeah, she was a school counselor. I can't remember her name. But she had told us a story about a girl in the 80s who had been unalived and raped in our school locker room. In our school locker room. So, of course, we're like, whoa, right? Like, we're finding this out. We use that locker room every day for PE. So we were like, so my friends took it upon themselves. They had the brilliant idea of bringing over a Ouija board and wanting to summon stuff. I wasn't about it. I didn't even know what a Ouija board was. They had to explain to me what it was, and I did not like what they told me. Anyways, fast forward. We change in the girls' locker room. We go to PE. We go back to change. And there was a door in the back of the girls' locker room to the right that was on the ground. It was more like a sturdy metal, just a platform, I guess. And it had a handle on it. And we used to always mess with it. We'd be like, oh, let's see if we can open it today, like mess with it all the time. And we do PE, we go back to change, back into our regular clothing, and it's wide open. And I used to change in the second row to the left. I remember always going left. That's all I remember. And a lot of the girls used to change in that row where the door was. And one of the girls goes, "The door's open." So, of course, we're all in the middle of changing. I'm probably finishing up changing. We run to the back. It's open. And there's light emanating from below it. And, of course, girls start jumping down the hole. And I'm scared. I'm like, I'm not doing that. But I look. Tunnels in each direction. And they ran down and they were screaming and they were running back. And I was like, y'all should probably get back up here.
Now, is this normal? Have y'all ever seen that in y'all school?
I thought it was extra weird because of the events that I knew that had taken place back in the 80s that we had just learned about. Didn't like it. Didn't like how my body felt. So I stood back. And I observed them and I kind of held space. I thought it was weird because you can see when someone enters the locker room and there was no other way to enter or exit other than going through the gymnasium. So whoever opened it from inside the locker room while we were in PE. All this to say, there are tunnels underground schools. I saw them with my own eyes. We never questioned it again. We didn't ask anyone. We didn't ask teachers. We didn't ask the coach. We didn't ask anyone. We were just like, whoa, that was so cool. That was so weird. Why is that there? And we didn't think anything further of it. And now this girl is telling us that that's how they sex traffic kids. Man, we need to pray her up. Things are coming to light.
And you know what's crazy? A lot of the times they use children to sex traffic other children, right? Because here's the thing about a lot of predators and pimps. Pimps are predators. That's why being a pimp is illegal in all 50 states. They are predators. What's up, Jamal? I mean, what's up, D Malley? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Pimps are predators. That's why it's illegal in all 50 states. In some states, you can do life for being a pimp, depending on how bad it was. So this is just what they call a limited hangout. It might be. I mean, that area might have been limited, but I mean, it's like they're building stuff. They're building infrastructure like this, and we don't even know about it. I'm still trying to find that lady. I'm gonna find her before the end of this live. That government official who was actually talking about how these underground networks and military bases and things like that were being built. And here's the thing, they always kind of put a little bit of information out there before it completely hits the fan. You're welcome. No problem. No problem. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Okay. So again, if y'all are just now coming, please hit the like button. So yeah, I don't know. Do y'all think that Allie Carter will make an appearance? I'm going to pull up Jonathan Odie again. For those of y'all who forgot, again, Cassie brought him up. It is confirmed that they were doing freak offs with him. So when y'all listen to his testimony, he's not just a crazy man talking. So this was an interview he did in Miami in 2018. Hold on, give me 1 second because I'm not even sharing it. So he's saying that he had 15 encounters with them, and he talked about how he would hear Diddy talking on the phone.
On the Cassie, I had like 15 encounters, and I heard lots of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave. Okay, for them that's what I was. That's all. All right. I caught herpes, and I came back and I sued for herpes and won, but they did.
So y'all see how he said he got caught herpes. We've heard Cassie say she had sores in her mouth and she would have UTIs, and she would try to tell Diddy she has UTIs. He would still make her do the freak offs with the UTIs, which she said was extremely painful, or she would be in the studio trying to record, but she got these sores in her mouth. He's saying he caught herpes from their interactions. And also, if y'all listen to him, he said that he's heard Diddy conduct a lot of business over the phone, which is why I'm interested to know whether or not he's going to testify.
Mark Garagos and Ben Mercedes were his attorneys.
Okay. Mark Garagos was the attorney that just went on Megyn Kelly yesterday, and talked about how his daughter is doing. So Mark Garagos' daughter right now is on Diddy's defense team. So he knew what the hell he was talking about. He's not making this up. He's not making this up at all.
And Christopher Leon's here was my attorney. They asked me to turn in that. which was the video recording, and I did so. They gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible I threw everything out. It's possible I can produce a copy.
Gotcha.
It's possible. I'm not sure. Now, how does this lead towards Donald Trump?
Okay.
The Mercedes family. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I
Hold on, let me try to find some more of his testimony.
What they would do is show. Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy.
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard lots of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone.
Now I want to hear what he's about.
Diddy right now. I want to talk about you. Help me understand you.
And it's possible I threw everything out. It's possible I can produce a copy. I've settled $4.125 million with Diddy. Okay, but he's scared that I was going to expose him.
I don't want to talk about Diddy right now. I want to talk about you.
Okay, so understand that this is in Miami. Now, Jonathan Odie has alleged that Diddy paid off the Miami Police Department, that he has people in the police department. So I'm very curious as to why this man, if I'm a police officer and I'm hearing this tea, even if I think it's crazy, I'm going to let the man talk and get off what he got to say. So anyway, I'm very curious to know as to whether or not this man will make an appearance. What do y'all think? Yes, please, y'all hit the like button. Give me a second. Okay, so you said look out limited hangout. I'm looking it out. A limited hangout is a tactic, especially in espionage, perception management, and information management, where information is selectively revealed to control the narrative and manage the public perception. Oh, I get what you were trying to say. You were saying that Gayle King and Elon Musk were using a limited hangout tactic. Yes. Well, thank you for introducing me to that term. I did not know what that was. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. I mean, yeah, now that his name has been brought up, and that's what I'm saying. If this is a federal case, in order for it to be federal, something would have happened to had to have happened across state lines. That is what is the difference between a Fed case and a state case. For example, if you sell drugs in the state of Texas and your capacity to which you sold these drugs was only limited to the state of Texas, meaning you might have bought it from somebody in Texas and you sold it in Texas, and you never conducted any business across state lines, now you have a Fed case. Okay, this is why you see your local weed dealer or whatever, he's going to go to state prison. As soon as you start moving those drugs across state lines, now you got a Fed case on your hands. That is the difference. So if they're saying he was state trafficking and it is a federal charge, they need to be able to prove that he was moving prostitutes across state lines in some capacity. I was listening to somebody make the argument that y'all know how these dudes be flying prostitutes out. If somebody really wanted to file charges on them for that, like if you are flying prostitutes out specifically to sleep with them, because prostitution is illegal. So if you're flying prostitutes out and somebody can prove that you're flying a prostitute out, that is considered sex trafficking, even if she consented to it. So I wonder if that is going to be an element in this case. I'm interested to know what was on those tapes. Okay, I'm still trying to look for that interview. I feel like it was on site. I think I'm getting it confused as to the source I saw it on. With the lady who was saying that these underground bases do in fact exist. With that said, I'm gonna move on to DDG and Halle Bailey. Now, let me tell you something. I'm on Halle's side. I'm gonna just let y'all know straight away, off the bat. And And again, once you know game and you recognize game and you see what people are trying to do, you just can't unsee it. So I'm on Halle's side. I'm not saying that she's been perfect in that relationship. I'm sure at times they're young. She's probably been toxic too. But here's the thing, in 2025, you cannot afford to be out here playing with these men about their emotions and their kids, because I'm seeing way too many men get upset with the baby mama and do something crazy to their own children. I'm seeing that. And yes, I've seen women do it too. There was a lady that was on the internet yesterday because she unalived her husband's daughter. It wasn't even her, it was her husband's daughter. While he was gone, she's supposed to be watching the kids. Okay. But that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about this specific case, right? Where you have one parent who is acting like a psychopath because they don't have any control over the situation anymore. So let me pull everything up. And y'all can let me know whose side y'all. I'm definitely picking a side in this. I feel like we're coming to a day and age where certain things you gotta pick a side for real. All of that trying to play the middle on certain situations, I'm not doing it. You know, I'm taking everything on a case by case scenario, but I'm definitely picking a side on this one. Hold on. Give me a second. Wrong thing. Okay, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up the article. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So y'all know since Halle Bailey and DDG got together, people said that they shouldn't be together, that it wasn't a good look. Now, when they first got together, Halle Bailey had more status than him. I believe they're both suburban kids. So it's not a situation where you got a suburban girl who's dating a hood dude. You got a suburban girl who is dating a dude who has a hood persona. There's a big difference. And oftentimes, them suburban dudes who have the hood persona feel the need to try to prove themselves way more than the actual hood dude, right? So you got two suburban kids that have gotten in a relationship together. In my opinion, DDG was beneath Halle Berry. I don't care what nobody says. She shouldn't have been dating him. Somebody, a starlet like Halle Bailey, she could. I don't understand why these girls want to date these rappers. Go get you somebody that work in a different industry. They have access at that point. So people were warning her about him, especially when he put out that song where he was admitting to being jealous of her career. Never date a jealous man. Like, and that's why people say a lot of men get upset when women don't want to give men who aren't as attractive as them a chance, or men who aren't tall or whatever a chance. And for me, I'm not really height obsessed. To me, like 5'11" is a good height. Anything over that, it's just kind of, I don't care. I've dated dudes. I've dated dudes like that were like 6'7". I mean, been in serious relationships. That don't determine the success of a relationship, right? But the worst relationships that I had was a dude that was 5'9" and would get upset when I put heels on. Would get mad. I'd be out with him looking good, looking bad. He would be upset when I put my heels on. That was a relationship where I never had a man try to humble me more than that relationship. Because it was like, not only am I wouldn't say he was ugly, he was regular, and it's like, not only am I, you know, the more attractive one in the relationship, but then I put my heels on and you feel away because you 5'9" with Jordan something. Anyway, girl, here's the thing. If he would have been nice to me, I probably would have stayed with him. He should be standing proud with his tall queen. That's what I thought. Like, if he would have actually been a nice or a good person, I would have stayed with him, because it wasn't a situation where I was like letting him know all the time. Honestly and truly, I didn't start seeing that I didn't really start feeling like he wasn't just that dude until I like broke up with him. And I'm like, oh, why did I give you a chance? He should be standing to, I already read that. The DDG was a bigger YouTube before dating Halle. Most people don't know that. Yeah, he was a YouTuber. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to make it seem like he wasn't just a nobody. I'm talking about in terms of star power. I mean, Halle Bailey did a Disney movie, you know? I'm talking about in terms of marketability. Like, if Halle Bailey would not have attached herself to a DDG and she would have been dating men that were of star status, or, you know, just in a different lane, she would probably have more deals and endorsements. Like, this is really messing her up. This is messy. What Hollywood studio is going to want to pick her up? Right, at least right now. I'm not saying never, but it's not a good look for her. You know, he can take this type of reputational hit. He's a live streamer. And again, that's not to talk shit about live streamers. Obviously, I'm streaming on YouTube, right? I'm just saying the two don't add up. If you're a Halle Bailey, you don't date a rapper unless he's mainstream. Yes, and like he's mainstream and he's making like, you know, that rap that kind of sounds a little bit like house music or something. I don't know. Not DDG. And I'm not saying he's a bad rapper either. People say they like this album he just put out. So this is from It's On Site. Newly surfaced texts of Halle Bailey tried to arrange time for DDG to see their son Halo. In messages with DDG's mom, Halle offered specific dates for pickups. Okay, so before she went to the police, she's trying to communicate with these men's mom. But here's the thing. A lot of the times, these men's mom don't really be on your side. Behind every narcissistic male who want to be in control is a enabling mama. My son, I couldn't have no son. I couldn't have no son. Because if a girl texts my phone telling me you acting crazy, you getting cussed out. You getting cussed out. I'm not finna be over here publicly taking your side. Stop embarrassing me. No, you cannot bring a different girl to my house every single day. You gonna respect me. If you're not serious with nobody, don't bring them in my house. I'm not gonna be seeing a different face at every family function. I'm not finna just be letting you roam the streets just because you're a boy. Don't be having these girls calling my phone, crying, none of that. Because I'm going to tell the truth. Girl, he was just out with another girl yesterday. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Because guess what? I'm a woman first, and I don't want to deal with no foolishness or no little girl getting pregnant because she was under the impression that you loved her. No, baby, he don't. He don't. You ain't the only one. Okay, now you can stop crying. Get off my phone. And I love mamas like that. I met mothers like that. I love them. Okay. Halle offered specific dates for pickup, but DDG allegedly said he'd wait until she got back. Despite this, DDG later accused her of keeping Halo from him. Y'all, and this is why a lot of women, there are women who will try to keep a kid away from a man. But this is why a lot of women don't be trying to hear these stories about these men saying, oh, she keeping me from my son, keeping me from my kids. No, you don't want structure. You don't want boundaries. You want to do stuff when you want to do it instead of getting some type of agreement on paper. You don't want no rhyme or reason to anything. You think my life is supposed to stop or be inconvenienced just because you ain't seen your child in a couple weeks. Now, all of a sudden today, you feel like you want to see him, but I got other stuff planned or I got other stuff planned with the child. That ain't how this go. Let's get on a schedule that we can both agree to. That's why I say go to the courthouse in these situations. Get something on paper. But y'all don't like that because you don't want control. And I'm not talking about the men that don't mind being on a schedule. I'm talking about the DDGs out here who want to run to the internet and say, she keeping me from my son. I'm talking about them type. DDG should have dated an up and coming or rising star IG model. Well, he was dating Ruby Rose, but you know, he had Ruby Rose, he had him a baddie. But again, when you're insecure and you act insecure, that type of woman is not going to stay with you. If he's a top-notch man, it'll work. If he's not, it won't. Well, she signed with people who will back her. I guess otherwise, if she was regular, then yes, it's a major hit. Yeah. And hopefully she can come back from this. I never had that kind of mom. She was strict. I couldn't have no girlfriends, and she had to be from church. It was a nightmare. Yeah, my aunties will tell my male cousins, like, okay, don't do that. In my family, a man can't just bring you can't come to the house one day with one girl that you're supposed to be going with, and then we turn around 2 weeks later and you bring another one and you dating them both at the same time. We don't go for that in my family. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Somebody gonna say something to you about it. We gonna be polite to the girl while she's there, but people gonna let you know that's not what's up, and don't bring nobody around that you're not for real about. I wish I had a drill rapper's mom. Yeah, they ride or die for their husband's sons. They run to any woman with those kinds of stories, sympathy and games. Yes, let's stop. In a separate incident detailed in court docs, Halle says DDG broke into her home while she was gone and sent a photo from inside her bedroom. That moment was part of the evidence supporting her restraining order request, which a judge granted, requiring DDG to stay 100 yards away from both her and their sons. It's looking like she might get sole custody. This picture alone, if y'all can't see the picture, she's out of town. She's not at her house. He broke in the house and took a picture of her in a messy bed talking about some, now I know what you've been on. I guess trying to insinuate she been dealing with another dude, which who cares? Y'all broke up last October. That's not your business. Why do you feel so comfortable coming in her house and she's not there? Wanting control, want to control the situation. Sir, I don't rock with you like that. We're not together. We're not in a relationship. Even if you were in a relationship, don't come in my house and you're not invited. And I didn't give you permission to enter my house. This is that psychopathic behavior. And then people will say women like Halle Bailey are difficult. No, this is scary. It's too many women out here being unalive, dealing with sociopathic men that can't let the control go. But I mostly had female friends and moms always ask stupid, embarrassing questions like, is that your girlfriend? You know we messy. You know we gonna ask. I don't ask, like, because I do have a male cousin who would bring friends around and they were genuinely just friends. So I would like ask and he'd like, no, that's just my homegirl. Like, that's just my friend. And they would act like friends in front of us. Like he always kept friends around, but then when he brought his actual girlfriend around, he let it be known, this is my girl, you know. What do you think the root of this is? They said he's jealous of her fame. He is. And that's why it's so hard. There are so many women who would not mind dating a man who does not have the same amount of money, status, and success as them. The problem is the men ain't gonna give you no peace. If you do, it don't be that the women aren't willing. People try to make it seem like all women are gold diggers. All women want a dude that's 6 figures or make more money than them, that's flying them out. No, it's that when y'all get a woman that make more money than them, Either you are jealous of the situation or you try to figure out a way to take advantage of her to make you feel good about yourself. You try to figure out a way to play her, or you start cheating on her. You try to figure out a way to humble and let her know she ain't shit. Even if she ain't throwing none of that stuff in your face, y'all gonna try to figure, she could be the sweetest woman in the world. You're gonna try to figure out how to humble her. And this is why women today are saying, don't date a man who don't got what you got or make as much money as you. Don't necessarily have to do with being materialistic. It's about, I'm literally putting my mental and physical in danger trying to date you. You feel me? Or trying to convince you to feel good enough about yourself. Hell no. Same thing going back to dating dudes who are short and you're taller than them or you're just as tall as them. It's hard trying to convince somebody that grew up with a complex or got a complex or something that they're good enough. And a lot of the times they can't just do the harm to themselves emotionally. They're going to try to do the harm to you. So what do you do in those type of situations where you might meet a guy that you like, but he ain't, he below average height, or you make more money than him? Do you take a chance on getting in that relationship and having to endure abuse because of his insecurities? What do you do? And here's the thing with a lot of women, Binky, I'm sure you can attest to this. When people try to convince us to, deal with these type of dudes, the reality is a lot of women already have. So they not trying to hear that. Y'all telling us we would get treated in relationships if we would just go deal with these type of dudes. Them type of dudes gonna treat you worse than a dude that got some money and handsome. I promise you they are. They gonna give you hell. Can't teach a man self-esteem. You sure can't. You sure can't. Okay, let me continue. So here's what the text messages say. So this is what Halle says to the mom in the blue. I'm back end of the month. He misses you too. She's talking about Halo, the baby. Yay, that's not too long. This is what the fake ass mama saying. Here go Halle. Hi, just wanted to keep you in the loop. We will be back the 11th now. Haven't heard about Moo. I guess that's the nickname for DDG. Getting Halo later this week, as we lightly talked about before. If he will be in town, would you like to get him the 27th? So Halle's asking the grandmama, would you like to pick up the son and return him the 4th? Otherwise, I can keep him until we're back, but just wanted to let you know we'll be back the 11th. So this sounds like a girl who is trying to schedule time for the baby to be with his grandparents and for the baby to be with the father. The father just pissed off because he want to be able to pop up and pop out when he want to do it. No, y'all are not in a relationship. It don't go like that. And I see a lot of men online. See, that's why you got to watch the type of baby mama that you get. Yeah, y'all want to go get a dumb female that's going to let you do what you want to do and not have any boundaries. Y'all want to go get a dumb female who be like, oh, I'm not going to put my baby daddy on child support because I can do it all by myself. Y'all want you a dummy. That's what you want. Well, go find her. She out there somewhere. Not this one. So yeah, if you know that you want to control the situation, don't have a baby by a Halle baby. If you know that you want to avoid accountability and that you want to make it seem like you're the father of the year while the girl got to deal with all your shit, yeah, don't do a Halle baby because she gonna put that white man in your life. I'm glad you know. Okay, and I will double check with him and let you know. This is the mom. Hi, I forgot to text you. He said that he will wait until you get back to get him. So I'm guessing that the son was with I guess she was trying to give them the first option. Like, I'm going out of town. If y'all want to get the Halo, while I'm out of town, that's fine. Now, DDG could have said, okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and get my son while she's out of town because she's going to leave a baby with a babysitter, right? So she's giving him first option because she's going out of town. Now, first he said he didn't want to get the son. Why? Because he feel like he going to stop something. I guess he ended up getting the baby. From what it looks like, he ended up going and just getting the baby while she was out of town. He came to her house while she wasn't there and was like, oh, we here. And then that's when he broke into the house. So here he says, me and Halo is at the front door. Can you answer? She not there, sir. And if you ain't confirmed with her whether or not she at the house, don't be popping up at my house. If you're not home, just say that. Now I know what you've been on. You can pick Halo up from George. I have to go to work. So I guess he dropped Halo off with somebody else. Just dramatic and childish. Exactly. We've been with the less than cute guy or shorter guy, and they always make things hard. It'd be so difficult. Oh my goodness. They're going to be your worst relationships. Can I pop on the live real quick? You sure can. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drop the link to the live. Anybody who wants to come on while I'm on, feel free and give your opinion. You know, you're welcome to come here and say what you got to say. This is gonna take me back. So Sultry, we can talk about Coily Ray if you want to. Who are these men? I'd never do this kind of stuff. Weirdos who want to be in control. Insecure men who want to be in control. That's what it is. Weirdos who want to be in control. Insecure men who want to be in control. Oh, can you mute it, please? Hey, Sultry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, what's up? How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. I stayed up for this.
Oh, okay. What's up?
Okay.
I'm gonna bring Jamal on. Hold on, give me a
Okay.
second. We'll let you talk and state your piece. I'm just adding him. Jamal, what's up? Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, Sultry, go ahead.
Okay. So I wanted to say this piece. So when you go back to that text message with the mom, okay, my spidey senses is telling me that he was plotting right there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because when the mom replied and said, oh, he'll just wait till you get back, he was plotting right there what he was gonna do when she got back.
Oh, facts.
Yeah.
I think how it went. I think how it initially went is he probably felt away because she let the mom know she going out of town. So he already feeling away she going out of town.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, a lot of men, when they get you pregnant and you have a baby, they feel like you should be sat down somewhere. Now, with that said, you are sat down to some degree, especially when you got a little bitty baby like that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, if you have a good support system or you can afford a good support system,
right?
When you really want to do stuff, the baby don't stop you, and they have enough money to afford the support. So I do like this feeling like, oh, I done put a baby in her. She want to break up with me. That's fine. This is how their mentality go. They think you're supposed to be in the house having no fun and don't know men want you. Nobody want to date you. That is their mentality, which is never the reality.
Actually, what's going on is whatever, like how you said earlier, how certain men have certain complexities with their self-esteem. Now, this the thing. When they have a certain mentality that's in their mind, men actually gaslight themselves and want you to see their reality. That's what's going on here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, explain that to me.
Okay, so like how you were saying, some men who impregnate women on purpose to trap them, right? They figure that you're going to basically be handicapped the whole time that you have their child. And they want to see, this is the thing. Remember when, I don't know if you saw this, but earlier before this whole thing happened, he said this one statement and it stood out to me.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I was trying to protect her image. I swear that tickled me, because I'm like, wait a minute. So if you're concerned about images, you should have been protecting your image.
Facts.
So what I mean by that is, you don't give somebody your liquid. Let's just call it liquid. You don't give somebody your liquid. If you're
Yeah.
protecting your image, you don't give a woman your liquid in the first place.
Facts. You go
So
get
protect your
you
image there.
facts. You go wait till you find somebody that you want to be married to, or that you really want to do life with and have your, they be worried about the wrong shit. You so right. It's like men like that. Again, I'm talking about this specific type, because again,
Mm-hmm.
I try to be clear on my channel. You know, I've seen good men. I'm excluding that. Like, we not talking about all men here. We talking
Mm-hmm.
about these men like DDG who come out and say stuff that don't make sense.
But this the thing though. Now, you know how they be saying women gotta take accountability. I can hear that part, because you have to be able, like, as a woman, you have to be able to identify when a man has low self-esteem,
Facts.
because
Facts.
these be the ones that, when I said they gaslight themselves, so how he was saying he was trying to protect her image, right? But yet he's all the while trying to protect his image by,
Mm-hmm.
all these tactics and going on the internet. You're messing up her image. So you're in denial. You see?
Oh,
So he's
facts.
creating a false reality for both of them.
Facts. Because here's the thing. She had, before she got with him, she had a squeaky clean image. You know, she was very much giving girl next door. If anything, being associated with him tarnished her image. But here's the thing. I agree with you 100% that she has to have a level of accountability. But guess what? You know, women
Mm-hmm.
have been holding her accountable since he got with her. We've been trying to tell. Even now, women are like, we told you, sis. We
Mm-hmm.
told you not to do that. Now, here's the thing. She's young. She got to go through the game to get the game,
Right.
and hopefully she won't make this mistake again when she gets with the next man. Hopefully she doesn't continue to pop out these kids. But like, this definitely needs to be an example for all the young girls who think that, these are the type of men that they need to be associating with, especially when you have a lot on the line. And when we were trying to tell her, she thought people were just hating on her
Mm-hmm.
or trying to keep her single.
Yeah, that's going over to the pick me mindset though. When you start thinking like that.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me acknowledge Skinny, my mod. Hey Skinny, good to see you, brother. Yeah, we got to break this all the way down. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That whole uh these girls trying to listen to that whole fit, feminine, friendly, give these brothers a chance. That's over. Them days is over. Then you got to
Mm-hmm.
be able to do risk and liability assessment.
Yes.
You got to learn where people's minds and their values are at,
Mm-hmm.
and see if they're aligned and if they're equally yoked. And
Right.
these young girls yes, I will admit, there are older women who do be hating on younger women, but then we got to learn how to respect some of the wisdom that comes from an older woman who been around the block and have seen more than us. And you got to know that a lot of times you got to be able to chew up meat and spit out the bones when you're dealing with folks. Not everybody's jealous of you. Here's the thing about people who are manipulators and narcissists. The tactics don't change. Just the player, just the person employing it. It's old, it's tired. They do the same things over and over again. They're not creative or crafty
Hmm.
or new.
See, the
So
thing I want to
mhm,
add
go
to
ahead.
that is, if you can identify in the beginning, if they start, they call it negging, where they
Yes.
start these little critiques or these little random comments that come out the woodworks. That's how you be starting to know. So if you
Oh
do
yeah.
that in the beginning, oh, you best be weary.
If a man nags you, just know he's gonna put you through hell. And negging could be as simple as them cracking. They say it's a joke. Oh, I'm gonna
Hmm.
crack a joke about your nose or your hair or your weight. They try to find something to kind of like make you insecure about, maybe something you didn't
Hmm.
think about before, right? So like once they start commenting on your appearance, that be the
Right.
main thing they try to neg with.
Yep.
Then you already know they insecure, because I've never felt the need to, like, a man that I've dated. If I'm dating you, if I'm choosing to spend my time with you, I'm not trying to find nothing ugly about you or nothing to poke and prime at you or bring
Hmm.
up why. That doesn't benefit me none to make you feel bad about yourself. But and then they'll disguise it as a joke. They'll say, "Oh, I'm just joking." And then here's
Right.
the thing about those type of people. They don't just do it to the person they're in a relationship with. They do it to their friends and they do it to their family. So then they'll come to you like, "Oh, well, you just can't take a joke." Well, what was the purpose of that joke? Because you could have found another way to joke. Joking about people's physical appearances, to me, that's indicative of low self-esteem.
Yeah, cause I'm gonna share a quick little story because one time I was 23, so now I'm 30. But I
Hmm.
remember I was dating this one dude and we was chilling on the couch, right? And at the time I didn't know how to do my eyebrows, right? Okay, so boom. So we chilling on the couch. He looks at me and he starts, picking at my eyebrows. So I look at him and I said, "Okay, well, is you ready to bounce? You ready to go to take me to get my eyebrows done or something? You ready to pay for it?" He'd say nothing. So you gotta check that stuff right then and there.
Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah.
And me personally, I don't take no risk with it because there are men who won't neg you at all. There are men, and I know this. I was in a relationship with a dude. People try to make it seem like all men behave like this. No, I was in a relationship with a dude, and we had a pretty cool relationship. It ended for other reasons. But what I will say I appreciated about being in that relationship with him is that is a relationship where I learned you can have a relationship with somebody and it's in no way toxic. You can have a relationship with somebody and y'all talk about stuff and disagree, and it doesn't come to shouting, yelling, and name calling. You can be in a relationship with a man and he never call you out your name. You can be in a relationship with somebody and he never picks at your physical appearance or try to make you feel bad about yourself. There are men that don't even think to do stuff like that. There are men who will not even raise their voice at you. There are. So I had to learn that though. So I will forever be grateful for that relationship because of the example that it showed me of how a
Hmm.
man can, if he wants to, deal with you appropriately. Hold on real quick. Let me let Jamal get a word in. Jamal, what's up?
What's going on,
How
ladies?
are
How
you
you doing?
tonight?
I'm okay. I'm just listening and seeing. Uh, I'm used to these kind of talks because I'm on females mostly. So I'm used to hearing about how men are narcissists and everything. But all I could say is this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that a lot of the mistake a lot of women make, especially and particularly black women, is
Okay.
that they don't seem to make the distinction between, because the problem is I think you, Mariah, at this point in your life have come to realize this, which might be why you haven't settled yet. But I think a lot of other women don't realize that there is an upside and downside to every single type of man that exists on planet Earth. And
It's
what
true.
that literally means is you have to delineate class, status, and all that. If you want a man, the higher the status you go, the more narcissism, the more arrogance, the more. Because how do you think he became that kind of guy? Morals
Mm,
and being a good person uh, and being successful are not all the same thing. And that
that's true.
is something that a very beautiful woman is going to learn the hard way. Because all the dudes you pass up will treat you exactly the way you want to be treated. They just won't be able to match all the other stuff that you need. But the guys who appear to have matched the stuff you need are so bad in other areas, you have to pick your poison. Um, and then on top of that
Mm,
fact now,
okay, go ahead.
because if what I'm saying is not true, then why are there so many beautiful women that go to bed in these nice houses by themselves if it were just all these type of men just laying around, right? And that's the one area where the red pill really tries to hang their hat on is the fact that the numbers are not on women's side in that regard. So the solution to that,
Okay.
ironically, would be is if men who were basically there have to be men would have to a certain class of men would have to rise up and kind of be, and it's not, it doesn't just apply to when the dating market, it applies
Hmm.
to the streets, it applies to the culture. There's a huge silent majority of men that have just disappeared from society. So as a result, who you hear talking representing men are red pill guys, rappers, athletes, cocky, arrogant dudes who attract a lot of attention, and therefore, because they're seen as personifying manhood, and other men
Mm,
say, yeah, he's that nigga. Even though
hmm.
you might be a better person than him, society doesn't recognize that. So as a result, that's how you have this situation right here. And then those men get disrespected and clowned so much that now they develop dark hearts. By the time you get to them, they're like, man, F you, whatever. So there's that dynamic going on. Now, with this situation right
Hmm.
here, I don't know if you can compare it to Kiki Palmer and Darius, because I think there's a lot more criticism to go in the direction of the women who were uh, gassing up Kiki Palmer, whereas in this situation here, I think this is just a very clear, classic example of the good girl who likes. I mean, I don't even consider DDG a bad boy, but then again, I got
Yeah, I
nephews
don't
and
think
stuff
he
like
a
that.
bad boy either.
That's jail. But like to me, he's
Insecure,
not.
yes. Bad boy, no.
But he tries to. Okay, how about this? A little bit rebellious. All right, new age. So
Mm,
he's got some clout. He's doing his thing. He's tall. He's nice looking, and he technically meets all the prerequisites that a lot of the women in Holly's age range and her type would say, yeah, he meets all the qualifications, while completely ignoring all other dynamics that could take place. So as a result, right, you don't know what school of thought he's coming from. You don't
mhm.
know what kind of. Remember, a guy like him, those kind of guys are not necessarily trained to be humble and to be like, well, you know what? I really don't want to hurt her image. If a guy like that says I don't want to hurt her image, that's like Diddy manipulation. I don't want to hurt her image. She's so special to me, and so
Mm,
uh, what I'm saying basically is that those kind of guy, a type of guy that Holly Bailey would attract is not that would be attracted to. It's not the type of guy that lends himself to looking out for her image. If you understand what I'm saying.
okay,
And
I'm gonna
so
give a little
therefore,
bit of pushback because I hold on. Let me give you a little bit of pushback because I agree and disagree. I agree with you that the numbers aren't there. I agree with you that the numbers of good men are just simply not there. And when I say good men, I'm talking about character. I feel like it's way more likely, even though there are a lot of trifling women out here, a man has a better chance at finding a good woman. And in terms of just character, we're talking about character alone. Because my whole thing is, I don't necessarily buy the idea that a man gets treated wrong, so now he starts I don't buy that excuse that a man starts dogging women and treating them wrong because he got did dirty. I feel like when at your core you're a good person and you don't want to mistreat people and take advantage of them, you're always that person. You might be a little bit closed up. You might be slower you might watch people more because you're learning. You might start protecting yourself from bad women, but for you to claim that you're a good man and then you see a woman is really feeling you and trying to like have a serious situation for you, and then you're saying, well, I'm just gonna take advantage of her because it was done to me. Nah, you're to me, you're not a good person.
No.
I do agree that women have to come to grips with the fact that the numbers simply are not there, and need to be comfortable, like really get comfortable with the possibility that a relationship might not just be in the cards for you, right? I think what happens is a lot of the times women start getting this scarcity mindset. And then when you get this scarcity mindset, you become insecure and you start moving insecure with men. And then you start becoming willing to put up with things that you might not necessarily have been putting up with had you just accepted life for what it is. I think you have another segment of women who were like, well, men are gonna treat me like XYZ anyway, so I might as well just get with one and look the other way. No, I think the better option that is better for women's health, peace, and quality of life is to say, if it happens for me, it happens for me. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I also think that money just makes you more of who you are. So there are plenty of men out here who are middle class and broke, who cheat on women, put their hands on women, and behave just as vile and disgustingly as a man with money and resources do. I've also met men with money and resources who have far better character than men who are poor. I've also met men who are lower middle class who have far better character, who would never do the things that P. Diddy did have you gave him money. P. Diddy was not rich as he was at one point, right? I agree with you that to get to certain levels, in a lot of cases, not all, you have to be willing to step on toes and be cutthroat. I think what women need to do is take things on a case-by-case scenario with men, use discernment, and be okay with the possibility that it just might not happen for you. I don't advise that women start dealing with men that they're not really attracted to, or the men that they look over. If it's a situation like, I'll be honest. Hold on, wait. Let me make a point here. I'll be honest. When you are immature, or when you're not necessarily right in the head, there's certain men that you might not necessarily see, right? Is it not that you're not attracted to them? It's just that they're not even on your radar. So, for example, the type of dude that I like now, when I was 18 or 19, I liked the bad boy. It took me going through one toxic relationship to where I like nice guys. So guys that I would not have necessarily seen before, I see today because I had to go do the work and the healing. And the same type of dude to me that applied to me at 17, 18, 19, the same type of dude that appealed to me, I turn my nose up at now. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I do think that there is a degree of maturity and work that women need to do on themselves to be able to see men as options that they didn't necessarily see before. For example, today, 31-year-old me is going to pick the dude who is hardworking and quiet. That don't necessarily mean he's not attractive. He's gonna be attractive to me, right? But I wouldn't have even seen him at 17 because I'm focused on the dude who's arrogant, boisterous, and drives the Charger.
Yeah. And also to add to that, I think also that a lot of guys who ordinarily would have good character and would show that side of themselves or be proud of that have been discouraged to do so. And the women who naturally aren't, they're not quote unquote modern women. They're just women living in modern times, living how they got to live. they get encouraged to start behaving and thinking a certain way, and it creates this problem. And so I think
Okay,
a
I can
lot
see
of these
that.
issues that we have, I'll be honest with you, I think the divide between men and women in this time and day and age, a lot of that has been manufactured, but so a lot of these gang wars. And just so before Sultry comes back in, to touch up with, to sort of connect the Diddy thing and whatever. I mean,
Mhm.
as far as like uh manipulative men, because this is the week of what's going on, we're going to side with the women who've been abused before we start talking about trying to be fair. We'll get to that another time. But as far as when it comes to dudes like him, the thing is that when you have a power dynamic, when when you play into somebody, everybody has dark desires and things that they really want that are hidden within them, but they try to get it the right way. And so what happened is that Diddy, he's seen that in Cat, and he played into every single desire and weakness. I mean, he put the game on cold. He took everything that he'd ever learned from every pimp and used it on Cassie. And as a
Mhm.
result, what you're seeing play out, I mean, this is almost, I hate to say it like this, but this is almost a to do manual for every dude out there that's
Correct.
aspiring to be a pimp or somebody who's sort of predatory. And by the way, that's also being encouraged. Notice the men
Mhm.
on YouTube that are defending him the most. Now, I'll be honest, today it's looking like they're kind of right because the defense really, some really bad stuff was brought out, and I don't know that it necessarily makes Diddy guilty of the crimes that he's being accused of, even if it does make him look disgusting. But
Well, what's gonna mess them up, and I'm sure the prosecution is gonna bring this up tomorrow. This is what's gonna mess them up. They're bringing text messages from 2008, 9, when Cassie was young and just got in a relationship with him. What's gonna mess them up is just because somebody consented to something one or two times, or not, or many times. Let's say the first half of their relationship, she consented to all of that. Let's say she even really wanted it. Let's say she really wanted to do these things, and she wasn't pretending to be that type of chick because she was trying to get some time with him or be the favorite, because he had them competing for spots. Cassie knew about
yeah,
Gina. Cassie knew about Kim Porter.
oh,
She even
Gina's
had a
a
conversation
clown.
with Diddy about, well, I thought I was number one.
Yeah,
This is
Gina's a
him. This
clown.
is put them in competition with each other, right? To get them to do what you want them to do. So, I mean, what's going to mess them up is the fact that if you pull up the text messages from later on and then you look at that video of him beating on her, they have evidence of her saying, I don't want to do this anymore. The damn defense even brought a text message up today with her saying, well, if we were in a better place, basically she was saying, I would enjoy this more if we were in a better place, like if the relationship was more
Yeah, regular
loving.
relationship.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, she wasn't getting, you are here to be the toy and the plaything, because he was telling her he loved her. And I think she started to get that later on, and that's when she was like, well, I don't want to do this anymore. So here's the thing, let's say she was a consenting at the time, she was really young. Let's say she was consenting, let's say she was really looking forward to it and really wanting to do it. That is not, just because somebody says yes to something for a couple years doesn't mean they don't have the right to change their mind later, right? With activities like that anyway, it is
Yeah,
dirty. It
yeah.
is filthy. It is disgusting. And eventually, if somebody got some sense or they're growing as a person, they want to get out of the hell that you dragged them into. That just is what it is. That day is
She thought
always
she would
coming.
climb up the ranks like the way Kim Porter did. Like she wanted to get the Kim Porter treatment. I mean, as bad as
Yeah.
Diddy treated Kim Porter, he clearly have the most respect for Kim Porter. You see what I'm saying?
And even
He,
then, he allegedly unalived her. Even then, he was still whooping her ass.
yeah, but he wasn't like doing this kind of stuff though. I mean,
Oh
this
no,
was the freak
no.
off era, and even during the early bad boy years, right? Like
Mhm.
he still was much more like he claimed her. Like people in the public knew. It's just that he was still messing around, but he claimed these women. When it comes to Cassie, he looked like he was just all around using her. This looked like
Oh yeah.
that's why he got a Cassie and a Gina Hun and a Miami. And like DJ Academic said, if you're somebody like a Diddy of that type of status, you don't get to that point at that point in your life just to turn around and wipe up a damn Carisha or a Cassie, right? Because I mean, real with you, he's supposed to be with some chick that's a billionaire. He's supposed to be with somebody like Naomi Campbell or somebody like that. You see what I'm saying?
Too insecure to be with one. And what we heard about Naomi.
Scorpio
But
male.
yeah, but he too insecure to go get with a woman that's got enough money to where he can't control her. That's the thing. If she got just as much money as him, he can't control her. You can't use her to go do no freak off jobs.
I mean, he got game. Bring sultry in. Bring sultry in. I mean, but he got game, and it's not like. I mean, I'm pretty sure if Diddy put his mind to, I wish I could pimp off Diddy. I would be like, yo, bro, go smash. What's her name? Jeff Bezos' ex-wife. Go smash this. Like, I'm sure Diddy has smashed women like that before. He knows how to, get them in bed and get them to be, I mean, what's up, girl? Finesse them. I don't think he absolutely has to have some young thing who's like, oh my God, I don't think he has to do that. I think that is his.
Just to have that kind of stuff he had her doing, like
no,
I'm
yeah,
saying
that
he
stuff,
can't
yeah.
go sleep. Yeah, I'm not saying he can't go sleep with another woman.
Or even wipe up one and be able to like, yo, I'm the man in this relationship. He should still be the man in a relationship, even if he's worth 500 million and she's worth 2 billion. Like, he has good leadership. He could do it. It's not like he's not capable.
He don't want to just be the man in the relationship. He wants to break down the woman he's with, and there is a difference. He want to be in complete control and control her mind, and for her to not be able to have a choice, for her to feel like she needs him. He don't want to be wanted. He wants to feel needed. And men that need to feel needed are gonna make your life hell. Or they're never going to deal with a woman who they feel like could go on at any time and not be financially and emotionally dependent upon them. That's just not happening. If they feel like at any moment this woman could just choose to walk away and I don't have any type of mental chains or financial chains on her, they can't handle that. They self-esteem can't handle it because oftentimes,
That's very irritating to have men like that. Now we have to sit there and now women who are successful have to worry about men like that, and now men like me can't get to them. That's messed up. But sorry, go ahead.
It is messed up. It is messed up. But unfortunately, when the majority behave like that, you might not behave like that. But a woman, especially she done already been through it, she gonna be less likely to take a chance. You feel me? Like, hold on, let me let Sultry get a word in.
Yeah, let me mute my mic.
Yeah, I actually have a question for both of y'all, but they're two separate ones. Okay, so for Mariah, my question is, why do you think women believe that men with a lot of money is going to, quote, love them? That's my question for you. And then my question for Jamal is, when you said men aren't encouraged to have good character, can you elaborate on that?
Yes, ma'am. After Mariah answers your first question.
Okay.
I don't necessarily know if women with a lot of that date men who intentionally date men with a lot of money believe that a man is going to love them. I am of the belief, I don't necessarily think that money determines whether or not a man is capable or incapable of love. I believe the vast majority of men, not all, the vast majority of men, because they refuse to do the work on themselves, are incapable of love. I also believe that the majority, not the vast majority, but I believe that the majority of women are incapable of love as well, because they refuse to work on themselves, right? I just think that you just have a higher percentage of women who are out here and actually capable of love. I think people are confused about what love is. People think that love is an emotion. So because they don't even understand what the concept is, they are getting love confused with a man buying them flowers, taking them out on $200 dates, and paying all the bills. And they don't understand that nefarious intentions can come behind that too. I also
Exactly.
know a man who has a lot of money. He got with his wife when he didn't have a lot of money, but he has a lot of money now, and he makes sure that his family is good and his wife doesn't have to work. But she worked up until she worked for a while they were together. And he is a very good man. So I've seen that. He just became, I say this all the time, money is a multiplier. It makes you more who you are. He was a good person. Back, anybody that's known him back when he was 20, 19, everybody in Dallas that has known this man have had nothing but good things to say about his character. When he got money, he just became more of that, more disciplined, more of a good person. The fact is that most people are not good on the inside. So when you give them money, they are going to try to manipulate and control. I know a woman like this. I had to walk away from an organization that I work for. Y'all, when I tell y'all at one point, I was in sprinters. I was in sprinters every weekend. I was meeting celebrities. I lived in a house where there was a ballroom up under my room, and my room was the size of somebody's apartment. Okay, like I've lived that whole lifestyle. You feel me? But I had to walk away from it because it was connected to somebody who was a female narcissist. Right? So even women who are already narcissists and want control and are insecure, when you give them money, they can behave that way. So I don't know. I think, to answer your question, the reason why women think money alone will mean a man can love them correctly is because they don't understand what love is. And I will say this, a lot of the times when men are not where they want to be in life, they do not treat you right because they're angry and frustrated and upset because they're broke or financially struggling. So they can't even show up as their best self emotionally. I think that's what it is too. There's a fine line between being broke and rich. And I think that most women though will date within the middle class or upper middle class. I think the rest of that is just internet hype. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, Jamal, let me hear from you.
All right. Now, to answer your question, you said, why do I think that men aren't encouraged to show good character?
Yeah,
That's
like
it.
you said something on the lines of that. Yes.
Well, okay. Number one, I'll show you where I'm compiling that from, and it might not be the most reliable. But I'm born in Chicago, in Hyde Park and in Tarrytown. So one is sort of middle class, and one is the deep ghetto. So I compare it to the streets, what I see in the middle class, me living in white rural areas, me living in suburban areas where in Toronto where it's very mixed, and I get the energy and from job sites and from men and from church people, and I put it all together, and this is what I come up with. That unless you're somebody who's religious or someone along those lines, men are. It's not to say that men aren't encouraged to have good character. Guys like dudes who are quote unquote solid, they wouldn't be trying to get with their girl when they go to jail or when they're not looking or when their relationships having problems, stuff like that. A bunch of guys do that. But what I'm really saying is men are especially aren't encouraged to be kind, humble, thinking about other people's feelings, and particularly a woman. They're not encouraged to be overly honest, not to want to rip people off, not to want to step on somebody, not to, when you have the advantage over this man, you got to rip it, laws of the jungle type stuff. And so when you look about the streets, the world of business, school, in the suburban and in the urban areas of black kids, white kids, you start to see, oh, okay, society likes people who step on people and rip their throats out. and they
Yeah.
don't like men who, because men who are considered pushovers are men who are reserved and are not necessarily looking to either be violent or are just not looking to manipulate and take advantage of somebody and try to finesse somebody and try to cheat somebody. When it
Mhm.
comes to good character, as far as women are concerned, um, I'm not going to go all out and say that men are discouraged from trying to be good to their woman. Yeah, you get these red pill guys that, they seem to have it's paranoia with men loving women too much and love to find these examples of these increasing number of hyenas in society and women who are just cutthroat and predatory. And I seem to attract those types because I'm on the opposite end of that as a man. So, um, so as a result of that, to answer your question, I would say that, and of course you have hip hop and all that. So when you, like I said, when
Right.
you look at how, especially for black men, number one, we are by far black American men who I believe were the people of the book, and we're under that Deuteronomy 2840 spell, for 2840 curse. Um, I believe that we're the most over stereotyped men on planet Earth that has ever been, which means that we have a preconceived image and script and caricature that we're supposed to be. And we're supposed to be these dog ass dude niggas who just, we don't have no feelings. I don't love these hoes. I'm getting head from this one, that one, the third.
Mhm.
Or they're supposed to be these super churchy boys who are never supposed to want love from a woman, who are supposed they have to fit a character, or they have to be the athlete or the jock or whatever. None of those stereotypes ever say someone who cares about their community, somebody who's willing to be a stepper and willing to let it off to protect kids from pedos and other, racist groups who might want to take over, the area, even if it's for drugs, in this day and age. I don't think that KKK or Proud Boy stuff is coming back like that. But I'm just saying that nobody's encouraged to try to be a strong man for the right reasons. Even when you look at who our biggest stars are, most of our number one, I don't like the word black progression or black excellence because I feel like that's basically just meant greater and greater corporate and institutional control over our culture. And the men that have been propped up are men uh, who have been the biggest exploiters of our community as opposed to people who've been the biggest help. So
Oh,
there's the
facts.
answer to your question that there's no show me an area where men of good character is encouraged, but yet when these men ultimately get their comeuppance, it says, well, there were men out there who were good men. Maybe you should have listened to them. Meanwhile, all the women and all the media and the Adam 22s and the CNNs all dealing with the men of bad character or the super jock who, I don't, I'm seeing a different woman every night. I just can't get close to a woman. Oh, this
Mhm.
red pill dude that the point that I'm making is that there's just so much in the way of trying to encourage men to have good character, especially black men. That's why I said what I said there. So I
Okay,
know
let
that
me
was
hop back in. Okay, so I think a couple live streams ago, me and you, Mariah, I think all three of us were here.
Mhm.
And we was bringing up the fact that like women sometimes act delusional, like they don't know how men were brought up because it's like what Jamal is saying. It's like they're taught how to maneuver and how to control things and how to hunt and how to, you know, get what they need by dominance and things like that. So it's sometimes it be odd to me when women like that's why I asked you that question. I said, why do women think if a dude get a whole bunch of money, he gonna love you? Like, no, he as you see, for an example, as we're talking about um this case, he has so much money. What do you think he gonna do?
I think okay. I I remember I was listening to James Baldwin, right? And y'all know how I am on this channel. I definitely think like I think times then were different, right? So I'm going to acknowledge that, right? So this is not to make this a race conversation at all, but he was saying something about white people to the effect of, I've been watching you, but you haven't been watching me. Meaning, I know how you move because I've
Right.
had to watch you, but you don't know anything about me because you don't watch me. And I feel like because men have a dependency on women, a biological dependency on women that we just don't have for men, right? I think we've been conditioned to feel like we
Okay.
need a man. But every time a woman is single, most of the time, oftentimes she thrives. Like when a woman decides, I'm going to embrace my singleness and I want to grow, I want to be a better person, oftentimes she thrives. If you put a woman in a position to where she got some pressure on her, she's going to be harder working than a lot of these dudes out here. Women get, and I'm not saying that just because I'm a woman. I can't tell you, for example, at the last high school I worked at, we had an auto mechanic shop, and the dude that ran the shop used to tell me all the time, my girls who were in this program work 10 times harder and are a lot more ambitious than my boys are lazy compared to my girls. Like, I've had men tell me, women, when you put them to work, they get the job done, right? But for whatever reason, and this is why a lot of the times men will keep up a whole bunch of females, they have this scarcity mindset and they fear not having any at all. That's why you'll hear
Right.
men say one is too close to none when it comes to dealing with a woman. And with women, that's not really our mentality as much. They have a built-in physiological and psychological desire, like necessity for us that we don't necessarily have for them, right? But with that said, because of that, we don't watch and study men because we never felt the need to watch and study men as we were growing up. We were just kind of sold on this idea of love, but we don't have the sense of urgency. And I'm not talking about love here. I'm talking about something at a primal level versus men have had this sense very early on that they needed to learn how to manipulate women for their survival purposes. We've never felt that need. We never felt like my whole survival was dependent upon whether or not I'm able to manipulate men. You know, I think as women get older and they start listening to women like Sheba 7 and they've gotten their heart broken, they decide, okay, well, forget it. I'm just going to learn how to manipulate men to get money. But that's not something we grew up in. You feel that's not something at a primal level. And then once these women, they go through that and that shit don't work out and they decide I could just be out here and get it on my own, they do fine. We don't have the same dependency on them that they do on us. Go ahead. Jamal.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, with due respect to both of you, very brilliant, intelligent ladies, cap. Man, these young girls are learning how to manipulate men from day one. My daughter knows how to manipulate older men. What are you talking about when don't grow, men don't grow up with a dependence on? Again, like I said, when it came to the character thing, I get a lot of what I see from the streets, what I see in the suburbs, and what I see from the women never grew up with this need to have to figure out how to. Come on. There's no way you can actually believe that. Women have been knowing how to do it for thousands of years. That Bible even says that. Come on, that's super cap. Y'all know that's cap. And then
No, I
only
don't.
thing men have had to learn how to do is to learn where to study. No, we've had to learn how to study women every which way just so we can survive and not be embarrassed by y'all. And then the last one, which I think is also super preposterous, we've never needed to learn to study men because we're just interested in love. No, you never need to learn to study men because it's all about y'all. Okay, come on, don't do that, man. Why are you trying to do us like that, man? You know that most of the time we are terrified of y'all, and then you're gonna turn around and say that, like.
I didn't. Here's the thing, because I don't study men, I didn't realize until early on that y'all, like later on, that you're terrified. And no, that wasn't my experience growing up. Nobody ever sat down and had a conversation about how to play dudes, and that's not the majority. Most like how y'all uncles and y'all daddies will put y'all on game about how to play women. That was
Yep.
never a conversation. Older
Yeah, but
women
the
will
mothers
have.
talk to
Hold on,
say the
wait.
business.
Let me finish because I'm gonna validate some of what you're saying in a minute. But give me a second. Give me a
All right,
second.
go ahead.
So, because we grew up in a society where women can do for themselves, because women aren't dependent upon men, we're resource dependent. As long as women have resources, we don't need to know shit about how to handle and deal with men because we can go get it on our own. But I'm about to validate you in a second. Give me a second, because I can honestly say I've seen what you're talking about, just not in the United States, right? So most women and I grew up with, the only advice we ever got about men was
Mm.
to not sleep with y'all, not open our legs, and not get pregnant. Nobody ever tried to explain to us why y'all do things, how y'all do things, y'all mentality, y'all psyche, how to get things out of y'all, especially if you have
Right.
a woman who is growing up even lower middle class, the women around us are not having these conversations with us.
Mm-mm.
They're not telling us to keep a whole bunch of men around. And I'm talking about growing up in childhood. I think the
Yeah.
conversation becomes different when you are dealing with women who are growing up in extreme poverty. So this is where I'm going to validate what you're saying, Jamal. These women here in Colombia who are growing up poor, their
Mm-hmm.
mothers and women around them are having conversations with them about how to get money out of men. Very, very young, from childhood. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
times these women are bringing their, not all of them, I don't want to make it seem like this is still very frowned upon here. I'm talking about in the poor communities though. These women are bringing their daughters to the men, right? But it's for a different reason. It's not because women need to keep men in their lives. This is because they want the resources from the men. It's
Yeah.
about, but in America, we have access to resources. So no, I think this new internet phenomenon where you see these Shira Sevens and people saying, well, men are going to take advantage of you anyway, so you might as well get money out of them. A lot of that is bred from the fact that the middle class is dying. So women are tired of, women are like, okay, well, they're wanting to go back to a time that we worked ourselves out of, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that majority of the population just doesn't have the wealth that they need to have. So yes, I
Yeah.
do believe when you take away women's resources, when you take away women's money, when women start feeling like they're not going to have as much as they used to, then they begin to want to study men. It's
Mm-hmm.
not because we need y'all, or necessarily, we don't need y'all even on a biological basis. We don't even need y'all on a sexual way, the way that y'all need us, right? So that just is what it is. So I agree with you. When women don't have money or resources, they begin to act in a predatory way, much in the same a male will act whether or not he does or does not have resources. You have men who are fully well and capable of providing for themselves, who will still prey on women. Y'all get taught certain things when y'all are young that we just
Mm-hmm.
do not.
Yeah, I gotta jump in real quick before Jamal reply. So when you were saying us as girls, see, this the thing. Us as girls, we're taught something different from what men are taught. So as women, we're taught not to give our goodies. So why would we be studying y'all if we're taught to be upstanding women? But not all women are, taught to be upstanding women. That's where Jamal was talking and was saying how, women do study men. Yeah, because they weren't taught those things. It's however you were brought up and what your class is. That's why you brought up the fact that you said um you in Chicago and you see people from different areas. Yeah, people from different areas are going to have different kinds of mentalities. That's why people say, I want a man that can at least match me or more, because it has to do with their mentality and how and what resources they have to, quote, bring to the table. That's all I got to say.
Let me address this comment. So AP says there is poverty in every city in America. Yes, that's true. And I'll even say in areas where you have extreme poverty, those women are more likely to get into sex work, to prostitute. Those women are more likely to go work in the strip club. Like those women, but it's for they are in survival purposes. But it is not the norm, right? It is not the norm for women to even care to try to learn about how to manipulate y'all or learn your psyche. Women don't start caring about that stuff until they start having relationships with y'all as adults and it's not working out in their favor. So a lot of the times it starts with, well, how do I get a guy to like, how do I get a man to treat me better? Or how do I get a man to like me? But no, we don't think about y'all the same way, in the same ways in which y'all start thinking about us. We don't have women. It's discouraged. Women will shame, especially it used to be. Now things are changing because, again, we're coming to a point where as a country, everybody's going into survival mode. But like women used to shame other women in our society for being hoes. The expectation is that you be a good person as a woman and that you look for a man that you really like. And not just to use him for something. That used to be the standard and the expectation because we could afford for it to be the standard and the expectation, right? Now it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different because, again, this has to do with women being resource dependent.
Well, here's the thing.
Beautiful. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna disagree with this, AP. Beautiful women in poverty do not prey on men. You took your ass to the strip club. You took your ass to Figaro. These men here in Colombia, you flew your ass all the way from the United States because you couldn't, you don't want to date the women that look like you in the United States. A lot of them got wives and stuff at home that they flying over here cheating on. You come get a girl that's 16, 17, 18, 19 years old. She robbed you for everything she got because she got a Colombian boyfriend. And she knew you coming over here just to fuck on her and take your ass home. Didn't want to sit up and talk about, oh, she preyed on me. No, you preyed on her being in poverty, and you preyed on the fact that you only had to pay her $50 to fuck, and you could never afford to fuck a woman that looked like that. I'm not talking about you specifically, AP. No, you came on here to do the praying, and now you feel wrong because you got preyed on. It's a lot of men, just like when we were talking on your live about the older men who were like, oh, you were saying that young girls could manipulate an older man who's not attractive. They can manipulate and prey on them just because they're young and beautiful. No, the older man was the predator to begin with. Because, sir, why are you over here entertained at 60, 50 years old? I don't care what you look like and what she looked like. Why are you entertaining a 21, 22, 23, 24? No, you came to do the praying and your ass got preyed on. It's as simple as that.
That's true. That's very true. And I could totally see myself doing so. I mean, hey, if you could get some good pussy for $50, why not? But
yeah.
But I'm just saying.
Hold on, wait, real quick, Jamal. Hold on. These women end up being nurses and teachers and counselors as well, not just strippers. I don't care what they are. By the time you get to a certain age, you know what you look like. You know what you can pull. You know what you generally get. So if by the time you get to a certain age, why are you up in a girl face that you know damn well she don't want you? Why are you up in her face? Because I've talked to these men. Here's the thing, I've talked to these kind of men before. And when I talk to them, they don't want the woman that look like them. So they're upset and they're mad at the women. They're mad at and hate women because they don't want the women that look like them. And they feel like the fine women are bad and mean and wrong because they don't want them. So now they hate all women. But what does that make you? You don't even want to date the women that look like you. So what does that make you? Are you bad and mean and wrong? Then you expect somebody. I've said this before and I've said this again. I know what I look like. I'm sorry, period. So I'm not never gonna mixing my, here's the thing. That's like if you're a tall person, right? If you're a tall person, what does it benefit a tall person to go mix their jeans with a short person? It don't make no benefit. There's no benefit. So you got to know when you step in people's face who have in any area, whether they're more intelligent with you, whether they have more money than you, whether they look better than you, you just gotta know that a lot of the times you just not that special for them to be dealing with you like that. I'm sorry. Or you just gotta know they're gonna be bringing more to the table than what you're bringing in terms of a really important aspect of life. Sorry. Okay. And a nurse that grew up in poverty prey on goofy, ugly doctors every single day. You can, okay, maybe, I mean, I don't know. Who doing the praying in that situation? Who's doing the praying? Because you the doctor and she your underling. So who, I mean, is she praying on him? A lot of times these doctors be married and have wives. So what are we talking about here? That's the case where you got a doctor and a nurse fucking around with each other. That's the case where you got two people who want to do wrong, doing wrong together. That's not the woman preying on the man. He got more money than her. He got more status than her. She might look better and got a bigger ass. That's not a situation of a woman preying on a man. That's a situation of
You know it's not fair. You know it's not fair. Why can't the woman find benefits? Just because the woman want benefits don't mean she preying on the man.
Girl, you supposed to let these men run through you, fuck you, use you, and abuse you, and not get shit, or else you're preying on them. When it's equal and it's fair, you're preying on them. When they don't have the upper hand and it's equal and it's fair, they feel preyed upon. They don't feel like you're a victim unless you got. And even then, they don't feel like you're a victim.
I hate this world.
Like we gotta get God in order for us to even have a chance at being a victim. But when I hear a doctor and a nurse fucking together, them two grown people who decided to fuck around with each other. Okay. He got the money and not the looks. She don't got the money he got, but she got the looks. It evened out when you put it together.
Yes, that's the concept. It's supposed to even out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and like I said, I don't consider it preying on. Look,
hold on real quick. AP, they not that scared to get harassment accusations or they wouldn't be fucking the nurses. So what are we talking about here? If you are that scared to get a harassment allegation, you would not be fucking the nurses. So the fact that you fucked her let me know you not that scared. You not that scared.
I wouldn't be that scared.
You know? Okay, go ahead.
But yeah, I would say that I'm the type of person, hey, if I got money and I'm seeing a woman who I know has a ton of options that can get any man, the way I see it is, hey, go with the man that's offering the most. I don't consider it to be using or gold digging or prostitution in that sense. I will consider it compensation, right? You want this person, you want this woman that bad. Okay, fine. What do you bring? Almost like an NBA contract or a sports contract. You want this player that bad to help your franchise. What are you willing to offer on top of resources? What kind of freedom? What kind of other perks? What kind of treatment? What kind of all of that? Whatever, right?
Because people want an equal trade-off. It's simple.
That's why they do. I talked to y'all a couple lives ago about the fact that those contracts with those Instagram models and NBA, those are real things. I have a friend that got offered one. Like, those are real things. And the reason why those beautiful girls do that, here's the thing. When you're beautiful, this is your life. This is the reality. When you are a beautiful girl, you're going to have a harder time finding a partner than a girl who is average looking or cute, right? So you already gonna have a hard time because men cannot see you as a person. A lot of the times they do see you as a sexual object. They can't get past the way you look and care. They barely care about how all women feel, but they especially don't care about how you feel, right? So you got one of two options, right? A lot of the time. Now you could wait and you could care about yourself. You could maybe find you a husband later on down the life when men begin to mature, right? And somebody might actually be able to see. Even the ones who were like, well, if y'all just date the ugly man, he'll see, you know, he gonna treat you worse. he gonna treat you the worst. He
That's
gonna
not
treat you bad because in most cases it is. And if it wasn't the product, I've worked with so many pretty girls who gave a man who was as attractive as them a chance, and those were their most abusive relationships.
That's because they don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to
They
handle
cannot
it.
handle it. You better off getting you somebody that looks is on par with yours. Even if he doing stuff behind your back, he gonna treat you. He gonna be nicer to you, is what I'm saying. But anyway, so you got all these. What was I trying to say? Because I done lost my point. But the point that I'm trying to make, y'all, is that a lot of women, when you are pretty, you are going to have to accept the fact that it's going to take you a lot longer to find love. A lot of pretty girls, especially if you live in poverty, you might go work in some type of sex industry oriented thing, or then you're going to have to accept the fact that a lot of men are coming to use, abuse, and take from you. So you got those women who were like, fuck it. If that's the case, then I'm going to be compensated. I'm going to get paid. I'm going to feel like if I deal with these men, I walked away with something. Y'all try to shame these women for that. And y'all feel like people should just be able to run through them, use and abuse them, and they walk away with absolutely nothing, but out here trying to pick the pieces up of their life. And a lot of women, pretty women today, are saying, fuck that. I'm finna get paid. They like Denzel. I'm finna walk away from here with something. That's not called being predatory, because the men came to prey on them to begin with. And here's the thing. If a man came to them with good intentions and it wasn't sex-based, which is rare, then I'm going to say it's wrong. When a woman sees that a man is coming to her with truly good intentions and she chooses to take advantage of that situation and use him and take from him, I feel like that's wrong. I don't agree with that at all.
But that's the flip
in most
side.
of these cases,
That
that's
woman,
not the case.
that woman is the flip side to the lady who don't wait. Hold on. That lady is the flip side to the DDG.
Hold on, AP. If you can't, AP, keep up mentally, because do y'all feel like I moved the goalpost?
No, I don't think you.
I'm staying on topic here, so I ain't moved no goalposts. If you want to come on here and make your point, you can, but I'm staying within the range of topic here. I'm not moving the goalpost. You're just not saying anything to counter what I'm saying and making good points, but I'm not moving the goalpost. Go ahead.
I don't know. I lost the point, but I lost the point. Oh, I'm basically saying the lady who is the prey, she has the low self-esteem. She feel like she gotta use manipulation tactics to get what she needs. That's the difference.
Yeah, and I will say this: there are low self-esteem there too. When you have women who succumb to that kind of lifestyle, you know, a lot of the times there's going to be low self-esteem there too, because she feel like I can't. And it might be true, honestly and truly, depending on the situation, it might be true, because you do have some women who, like, for example, here in Colombia, these women are in such extreme poverty. Sometimes there's no way out but trying to get you a man with some resources, right? And it's different. They don't have the same opportunity. There's classism here. So people are less likely to give you an opportunity because they don't even want to be associated with you here. Versus in the United States, if somebody sees something good or some potential in you and you come out of a poverty-stricken situation, they will give you scholarships. You know, they will give you an opportunity. Versus here, that's non-existent, right? But then I feel like there are some women who are just choosing to do that, and they don't necessarily need to do that. And a lot of that has to do with them not having the confidence to believe they can come out here and make it on their own in this world. So there's a degree of low self-esteem. I'm just not going to say that they're predators. AP, you said, I wish you would just simply admit that it's not always the man that is manipulating or preying on these women. I've said that. Like, did I not just say earlier, y'all, that a woman who takes advantage of a man who came to her for the right reasons, which is rare, but he came to her for the right reasons, and she still decides to take from him? Did I not say she's wrong and she a predator for that?
No. I think the part that you address is the fact that what you said was that it was about the doctor and the nurse situation, and what you're
Yeah.
saying is there's no preying on anybody in this situation.
There's no
He's
praying.
trying
But
to,
if a woman is chasing after you, he's saying this after a year of being pursued by these thirsty women and finally falling into temptation, why aren't you reporting her? That's my whole thing. If you really don't want to fuck with her and y'all work in the same workplace, why don't you file a harassment case on her? Like, what is the problem here? What are we talking about here? If you really don't want these girls falling into temptation, well, that's your fault for falling into temptation. Stop being thirsty, right? But my whole thing is if a woman is chasing you for a year at the job and you really don't want her, she will get fired if you file a harassment charge and you come with the receipts. I've seen that happen. So what are we talking about here? If it's a situation where they're both mutually messing with each other, then there's nobody, in my opinion, there's nobody preying on each other. So no, that's not the same. You're not going to convince me that that woman who is a nurse and she messes with the doctor, right? You're not going to, and it could be a situation here. Here's the flip side to that. It could be a situation where the doctor, with that, you got to take it on a case by case scenario. Like it could be a situation where the doctor has more power than her or more pull. And if you don't fuck with me, then you're going to lose my job. In that situation, that woman has every right to file a harassment charge. She does. Just like a doctor has a right to file a harassment charge on a woman who keep pressing him and trying to sleep with him and he don't want to sleep with her.
But there's a stigma. There
are scenarios where a woman can prey on a man. You just want me to say that a situation that's mutual, like genuinely and truly mutual, is a woman preying on a man. You want me to say that just because a woman is beautiful and a man looks at her and falls into lust, that she preyed on him because she's beautiful. And that's not how that goes.
But there's a stigma here because just like you said earlier about how guys need to have multiple women. So if it is a woman checking on him, you think he gonna stop that? No.
Yeah, but these are choices that, again, we're talking about grown adults are making. You are like, what are we talking about here? I don't understand. I'm trying to figure out what's the problem. What is the problem? So all women who are beautiful and pretty and they look better than the man that's chasing them, or whatever the case may be, just because a woman is beautiful and pretty, if she gets any benefit out of the situation, she is a predator because she's beautiful and pretty.
That's what I think.
What are we talking about?
I think he's watching too many movies, but no, I get what he's trying to say.
Do y'all hear me moving the goalposts? Because AP, you're the one bringing up these scenarios, and I'm addressing the scenarios that you're bringing up. And then just because, what did you say?
Ask AP what he do for them, so just to get a sense of what his what perspective is he speaking from? Because it's like this right here is a class situation. I'm broke, so I can't relate, and I'm not that good looking.
No. I know AP. He's a friend. That's why I'm so I don't want to say I'm confused by what he's saying, but it's like you're bringing up very specific points. I'm addressing the very specific points. I can, if you would like to come on, let me know, because I will bring you on if you would like to do that, and we can discuss it. Because maybe I'm not understanding here. And I told you yesterday when we talked about it that I don't agree with you saying that a woman being beautiful and dating a man that is ugly is her preying on him, right? Especially if it's a situation. Most of the times in those situations, that there's an age gap dynamic. As soon as there's an age gap dynamic there, the older person in the situation is not being preyed on. Because now you just using her for her youth and beauty and looks. So she's supposed to walk away with nothing. Maybe you putting a few babies in her and taking away her youth.
Yes,
and having nothing but struggle and stress. Are you crazy? That's what y'all think? That's what we going out here? No, that's not praying. Now, if it's a situation where, again, a woman is, again, a man is like genuinely, I'll say this, if there's a situation where you got a man and a woman that is like around the same age, or there's not this huge age gap, there can be an age gap. It's nothing crazy, right? And this woman sees this man, really likes him, for example. I don't agree with women going out with men they don't like just so they can have a food date. And I've seen that happen with people in the same age group. And I'm like, why are you know you don't like him? Why are you going out on a date with him? I think that's predatory behavior. You saying that I don't admit that women do predatory things is just objectively false. You just want me to say things that are predatory that are not predatory. It's not just a look you fronting. They pursue not just look cute. Okay, and the man can decline. That's just like in a situation with the doctors.
We can't.
The man can decline. So if you got this beautiful girl pursuing, that's just like what I was saying with the whole teachers. With the whole teacher saying, oh, I slept with my student because my student was pursuing me. You can decline. You're not even supposed to be sleeping with a coworker. You're not even supposed to be sleeping with your student. Report the behavior. If somebody's just pursuing you, a lot of the times people they like that attention, they be wanting that attention, and then they indulge it. And then when they be fucked up out here in these streets, they feel a certain type of way. A nurse pursuing a doctor, you're not supposed to be sleeping with your underlings to begin with. So file reports on her.
Nurses are some of the baddest women in society these days.
You said what?
Nurses are some of the baddest women in society today are nurses and girls who used to be in the army.
Well, that's what I heard. Yeah, I see a lot of pretty nurses, but we're not gonna act like they preying on the dang doctors. Like, what are you talking about? A lot of times, them doctors get into positions like that to where they have a lot of money so that they can have access to beautiful women. We're not gonna act like these female nurses are preying on these doctors. There are codes that they have to go by at their job. Report that woman if she violating you. I'm here for it. Yeah, I'm in RRT at the hospital right now. Okay. Every person uses their resources to get over on each other. When a man uses his, it's praying. When it's a woman using hers, it's not according to you. That is not at all what I'm saying. That is not at all what I'm saying. I'm talking about situations where there are clear power dynamics. Yeah. It ain't just like, and that's what I'm saying. In a situation where you got a man that had money and you got a woman that's pretty, he used his money, she used her looks, depending on the situation. Because again, I feel like if you go get somebody that's 20 or 30 years younger than you, then you are a predator. If you intentionally go find somebody that's more stupid than you, you are a predator. But if it's a situation where both people understand and know what it is, I think it's a fair exchange. You want me to sit up and say situations that there's clearly predatory behavior, that it's not a fair exchange. Again, this is what gets on my nerves about you. I'm going to keep it real. I don't know why you playing so dumb right now. I don't know why you play like you don't understand how pimping goes and how getting into a woman's mind goes and how breaking a bitch goes. I don't understand why you playing brand new. No, when a woman is pretty and a man got money and they're within the same age group and they're two consenting adults, nothing predatory went on.
Yeah, I agree.
He got some ass and she got paid. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? That man know what he can and cannot pull. And he know what that money make him do. He know he can stand on his money. They know the difference. They've been broke before. He knew what he was getting when he was broke and what he get now that he got some money. Let's stop.
Yeah, there shouldn't be complaints about that.
I'm not understanding. This is the most one-sided issue I ever heard. No, AP, I just can't be manipulated. I'm sorry. You're not gonna manipulate me into saying something is predatory that is not. You're not gonna come on now. I'm not gonna never listen to a doctor tell me, yeah, she preyed on me. She threw her ass at me for like a whole year, and finally I slept with her. And then it's like, you didn't have, who made you go lay down with that woman? Why didn't you file harassment charges?
Come on, what if that ass was crazy though, and the dome was just like ridiculous? Then what? You supposed to just like he feels preyed upon. He feels like he got smited.
This shit got what?
No, say what if that ass is crazy and the dome is crazy, and now he feels like he got preyed upon. He got smutted. He wasn't ready for that assault. Like that just caught him out. He said, "Damn, that ass is crazy." Man, that dome is ridiculous.
Hey, you know what? He might, but guess what? Women get digmatized. Women get played by dudes that put the D on them all the time. But unless something illegal happened, they can't say that man, you know what I'm saying? Like they can't say that man, and he might have preyed upon her. Who knows? You know, I just kind of feel like I look at it in terms of situations where is there a tangible imbalance? Are you this person's boss? Do you have money, right? And then with the age thing, there's going to always be a mental imbalance. And again, that's why these men know who to do it to. Y'all know to go after the dummies. Y'all don't deal with smart, intelligent women. Like, because a smart and intelligent woman is honestly and truly not going to deal with y'all. The ones that behave like this. Y'all know to go get you a retard. I'm pulled out on the comments. Y'all have a great discussion going on. I'm gonna sit back and enjoy listening to you in the panel. Well, thank you. You can jump in the conversation. It's just you want me to say something, agree with you, or say what you're saying is correct. And if I don't, I'm moving the goalpost. These doctors are nerds and extremely naive. You're not that nerdy. You know how to stick your dick in somebody. And by the time these doctors become doctors, you got to think about it. They go to college for 4 years, then they go to med school for 4 years, and then they do residency for what, another 3 years. These are 30-year-old grown men that we're talking about. Like, come on. Okay.
No, this guys are goofy though. They are really goofy.
These are men who are yeah, they are goofy, but like you're comparing somebody falling into lust, being lustful, to somebody who is trying to find somebody that is like young and dumb, like seriously, just like young and dumb and brain is underdeveloped.
Yeah, you guys are having two completely different conversations.
Man. Yeah, like versus a grown 30-year-old man who is like, you're grown. You should have been. What are you talking about?
I mean, I get what he said, but what you're talking about is a simple a situation of the first situation is clear cut. I mean, yeah, there might be some variations. Maybe Cassie is not quite as innocent or whatever, but we get the gist of it. We know what it is. There's no point in playing games. Now it's
he came to her to prey on her. Yeah,
well, that's obvious. In the case of DDG, obviously a much less severe situation, but a classic case. You know, insecure dude. He probably was that nigga, was that dude in his crowd. But then he gets with a woman like that, and then he realizes he ain't all that. And so now he's feeling insecure. And I don't know, man, getting stupid.
Yeah, and I don't feel like DDG is a predator. I feel like he's a narcissist. You know what I'm saying? Like DDG don't give pimp vibes or predatory vibes. He just gives lunatic, psychopathic, narcissist. That's it. That's all he gives. Both of them young and dumb.
Psychopath one. How did that? Like, that part I missed. I know he's insecure, but that I missed some of that. What is the other stuff?
Coming into her house while she not there, constantly texting her. They broke up. You still texting her about dudes that she with, and y'all broke up, and you know what I'm saying? That kind of stuff. Being like getting on the internet and being emotionally volatile, like the stuff he does is scary. Would I call him a predator? No, but it's not. That's not a situation that if I was a woman, I would take lightly. If I was dealing with a baby daddy that was behaving like that.
That's a lot of people like
that DDG preyed on. Yeah, I'm not. Hell no. I'm going to the white man every time. Okay, but I'm not gonna say DDG preyed on Halle. Not at all.
No. I mean, that's a whole separate situation. But as far as like when it comes to the main topic, which are, um,
Hold on,
and I
wait,
think,
wait. Hold on. Not. This is what I'm saying. AP, this is that manipulation shit. You gotta work on yourself for real. I'm not even playing because you sitting here talking about some men can't get a pass for being naive for nothing, but I'm done for real. I said to you yesterday, and I've said today on I said several times, Jamal, you've been watching me for a while.
yeah,
I get on these women who prey on young, naive, and dumb men. I do all the time. I've even gotten on these women who are dang near 40, and you going after a young 21, 22, something that's in the league. I'm fair across the board. I'm just not gonna say that shit that's not predatory is predatory. I'm not gonna say things that are fair are not. I'm not gonna say that. So you sitting up here saying men can't get a pass. Men get several passes on my channel when it applies. When it don't apply, I'm not giving a pass. Same thing with women. Same thing how I told you yesterday that I ain't giving Young Miami no passes and nothing that she did with Diddy.
yeah,
This is not
I
a sex-based thing, is what I'm trying to say. You want me to make it seem like you want so badly for me to say that beautiful women are predators just because off of the strength of that there are beautiful women and they deal with somebody that don't look as good as them that make them a predator. No, I'm not going to say that. It depends on the situation. It depends on the age. It depends on what happened. It depends on the context.
I'll work on myself starting tomorrow.
What he say?
Tomorrow's Friday.
Okay, well, good. Get to working. I know a couple people that they sell self-work textbooks. Go ahead, Jamal.
No, but I was just gonna say, because I know it's getting late now, but no, I was just gonna say that, in the case, 'cause I think he's picking the wrong topic to snap out about. Because believe me, there's other topics where this could go, but unfortunately, you picked Diddy Day, and on Diddy Day, there's just no way that uh, a man is gonna get a pass on Diddy Day because it's the issue is about clear cut predatory behavior. I mean, he's a different generation. The guys in this generation don't even have it like that. So we should really be willing to chop this guy up because it's like like you said, the middle class has disappeared. And I just don't think that our generation is as talented as Gen X. Like we don't have that kind of manipulative powers, no way. So I don't see why any men who are millennials and younger would even get offended by this because we can't even do the stuff that Diddy did. I mean, like
No.
that's a whole nother level. The only variation, the only thing left to say is that at least maybe Cassie liked some of it just enough so that he doesn't go to jail. If that's what their goal is so he doesn't go to jail for sex acts,
Mm-hmm.
because they don't want to see him go out like that, and they
Mm-hmm.
want to see they're like there's other people in the industry too, and then okay, I could get that. Any other defense outside of that, where it's like, man, why is it always the men? These are men that clearly don't have their third eye on or are not spiritually being or watching because this is the age of Aquarius. So I'm cheering this on because if you're a guy that feels like, man, men are always getting a bad rap, that is true. And for black men, this time sucks because they probably are trying to mess things up for black men a bit. But more importantly, I think that this is about clearing out the logjam so that now guys who are decent people or who wanted to get a chance to be seen differently can do that because now
No,
society
yes.
society has cleared these guys out. Now you see, all these. Look at Chris Brown; he just got arrested again recently after you said free Tory. So
You can never
when
pay me to data. Like, here's the thing about women learning the difference between good men and bad men and learning about these games and predatory behavior. You could never get me to data Chris Brown. You could never. Never. I would never give that type of a man that I don't care that he looks like that. A man that behaves like that. The good man is going to get my attention every single time. But a lot of that had to do with these type of behaviors being called out and me having to know, oh yeah, that's not right. My whole taste have changed based on me learning about what behaviors are appropriate and inappropriate. Hold on real quick. What was predatory was Drea and that young dude, of course. And I made a whole show talking about the shit that she did. Not just that, you had a very small segment of women who were like, well, men do it. Why can't we do it too? Men mess with younger women all the time. Why can't we date somebody that is our son's age? Ma'am, the goal is not to be like men. The goal is to be to try to do the right thing, right? The goal is to move with integrity. It's not to try to go tit for tat with these men out here, right? So yes, you are absolutely wrong at 40 years old dating a boy that is your teenage son age, then going to the game with your teenage son at his stepdaddy game that's his age. You absolutely out of order. And I'm sure Jalen was telling her how fine she looked, talking about how her ass. I'm sure he was pursuing her. He shouldn't have been able to get her.
I don't know. If I was an NBA player, I'm expecting to get whatever I want. If I want to get a 40-year-old chick, I'm 21. I mean, I'm going to get a 40-year-old chick.
You can expect it, but I'm saying it's on the woman, the older person, to where you shouldn't be able to get it. I don't care how much money you got. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. That's not Jalen Green. Jalen Green just growing up, you in the league, and it's like, dang, okay, I'm around or in proximity to this woman who I've probably been dreaming about since I was 10 years old, right? And now I got the opportunity to get with her. Okay. That should have been, you too young, baby. Like, that should have been, thank you. I'm flattered. You're too young. I have a son my age. And I'm standing on that. Not like, trying to be cute. Like, no, he shouldn't have been able to get her pregnant. He should have been able to have a baby with her. None of that. That is predatory behavior. Because at the end of the day, Drea knows he's young and impulsive. And now if they break up, she going to have him on the hook for millions of dollars.
Yeah. That's very true. And you did a whole segment about that. And I'm glad you covered that. And I'm just sick of these men out here because they're making us look good.
Hold on. The person with more experience, AP, going on, can prey on the person with less experience, no matter the age. Going on, AP. Going on. Stop with that. Because somebody, you're not gonna convince me that a 21-year-old girl or a 19 or an 18-year-old girl, I don't care if she fucked 1,000 niggas. I don't care if she got money from 1,000 niggas. She ain't never gonna be able to prey on a 60-year-old or a 50-year-old or a 40-year-old who should have known I shouldn't be messing with her. No way. So what are we talking about? You saying regardless of the age matters. Now, if you're talking about a person with more experience and they're around the same age, then depending on the situation, we can have a discussion about that. But age matters. Age matters. Resources matter. A lot of stuff matters. No, I'm not going for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, I think that a lot of these men who are talking like this, they're making things worse for us, like me and themselves, because ultimately you're not in the same class as some of these men that are being put out there in the world, right? These are men that are part of the 1% and possibly other men who are of high status who have been getting away with some pretty foul stuff and been pretty foul teachers to us younger men for a long time. So as much as this sucks to see this happen, if you're one of those men that believed in this, it's like for the guys who are defending Diddy, let's just look at it like Diddy's like their dad or like the big homie on the block, and they all looked up to him and he was that nigga. Now you see the feds beating him up or, the ops got to him or whatever. No, in this case, it would be the feds beating him up. And you're like, oh man, I can't believe they do that to the big homie. They always take away the big homie. People are like, do you know what that guy did? Do you know what kind of stuff he does? Man, y'all just mad. Y'all just mad. You don't like to see yourself. I think it's kind of like that. And now not
Yeah.
realizing they're deprogramming us. These guys are bad teachers. They're the reason you're going to end up worse than these guys will if you sit there and defend this guy because you don't have this guy's resources. You live in a different time, so you're not going to get away with what he does, even if you do by chance get these resources. A guy like him
Mhm.
is going to hate on you anyway. This guy is not only breaking women, he's breaking men too. He's buck breaking a lot of these dudes.
It
These
is.
dudes are
It
getting
is.
more scared than these females are. Let's be real.
It
These
is.
dudes are more scared.
You know what it is too? I think a lot of these men think about the times that they know they preyed upon a woman. Like they know. Because here's the thing, I feel like you have a moral obligation. This is even if you're in the same age group, right? I feel like you have a moral obligation to, when you see somebody when you see a person don't know how to stick up for themselves, and if you see it, for example, with a lot of men who use women for resources that because they know the women are dealing with them just because they love them and they do whatever to these women, right? Because they know the women will let them. I feel like you have a moral obligation, and this goes for women too, right? You have a moral obligation to not indulge in that type of behavior. Is it illegal? No, it's not illegal, right? Well, certain things, it just depends on the situation. But it's not
Yeah.
illegal for you to take advantage of somebody who loves you and you know you don't really love them back, or they love you and maybe you care about them, but you still treating them bad and you're not honoring them as a person. You have a moral obligation to say, this person is not as smart as me. They're not as up on game on me. So I'm going to remove myself from the situation, or I'm not even going to deal with them. Or this person is really in it for love and I'm only in it for what I can get. So I'm going to go deal with somebody who's only in it for what they can get, right? I feel like you have a moral obligation to not be a shitty person. And I feel like when a lot of men hear these stories or hear the situation with Diddy or a lot of these other stories, they know that they've been a terrible person to women. And like they don't want to have to come to grabs, like they have to make women equally as terrible and shitty, or they have to try to make the person who they took advantage of equally shitty just so that they can make themselves feel good about themselves. And it's like, no, you're a terrible person, or you were a terrible person. Maybe you're a better person now. Go do better. Like, we don't have to play these games.
And I agree with that 100%. However, I do understand what he's saying because there are certain environments, especially in the city where you live, because you happen to be from Texas. So
Mm-hmm.
they kind of lean a bit towards what the man's, perspective. But if you say you work at a hospital or a school or a corporate place in, let's say, a Toronto or New York or whatever, you will get a hyper feminist environment that if you're a man, you're going to have to really be on your P's and Q's more so than you normally would because, as you know, everybody thinks that men are predatory, especially black men. That part is true. But that
Mm-hmm.
also means that, and I speak for myself too, they have to learn to control our lust and not to mention have more faith that if we really manifest better energy and if you really are tempted by someone or you want something, whatever, kind of talk to God or try to, spiritually talk to the universe about that. I think we forget that men have spiritual power too. So we don't have to,
Yeah.
just keep it real and you can just manifest those type of things rather than put yourself in a sexual harassment type of position or a position where you can, you say that it was consensual and she says, no, this, and that happened. Like you have to have discernment and, again,
Yeah.
trust your soul.
And I feel like if a woman is pursuing a man, let's say with the situation with the doctor and the nurse, if you keep pursuing a man that is telling you no, they don't want you, you need to be held accountable. You need to, like, seriously, he needs to go file harassment charges on you. You're wrong. The woman in that situation is wrong. But you can't go sleep with the girl and then want to say, oh, well, finally I slept with her. No, you wanted to sleep with her the whole time. You wanted to sleep with her the whole time. You was lustful the whole time. You finally did sleep with her, right? And whatever happened from that situation happened, but it's kind of like there's a difference between that situation and a nurse that is pursuing a man who does not want her, and he's like genuinely feels uncomfortable, and he's telling her like, no, I don't want you. I'm married. I'm this and that. Like, girl, you was wrong. You dead wrong. I feel like on both sides, when people tell you no, respect their no. Right, and I feel like you should go file harassment charges on them, point blank, period.
No, but I think the issue is that, like, let's say something does happen between you and you know, or you might say something or whatever, right? And it's taken the wrong way, or things do happen, and then all of a sudden, you know, let's say the woman flips on you. I think it's maybe that might be the issue, but ultimately, I mean,
yeah,
I don't think
situation.
I don't think the
I could see a situation like, yeah, like I could see a situation. If it's a situation where you had the female nurse pursuing the man, let's say she's sending him messages and texts and whoop-de-woo, whatever, and then the doctor sleeps with her, and then she tries to say she was sexually harassed. I think that's dead ass wrong. Okay. But at the end of the day, there's a procedures that you have to go through. Yes, it's a hassle, but she got to be able to prove it. But guess what? You was out of order for not reporting her to begin with. Like, and again, she's 1000% wrong. She's the one, in my opinion, that should lose her job. I don't think the man should be penalized for that. But honestly and truly, you're not supposed to be fucking your coworkers anyway. So both of y'all gonna lose your job. You feel me? Like, both of y'all gonna lose y'all job at the end of the day. You're not supposed to be. If you slept with your body, like, that's gonna be hard to prove. If you try to say, oh, he harassed me, the only thing you could say is he said I was gonna lose my job if I didn't sleep with him. But even then, you got to be able to prove he had authority over your job, which most doctors don't. They don't make hiring and firing decisions. And second, you got to be like, it's so much to prove. It's so messy, right? But in a situation where it was just, you got a fine nurse who was showing interest in a doctor, letting him know he wanted her, and like eventually he slept with her. She did not prey on him. You wanted to fuck her to begin with. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
Let's be clear. But y'all not supposed to be sleeping with coworkers anyway.
That's true. And nobody wants to have. Nobody wants.
She's not smarter than a 40-year-old virgin.
Let Sophie come back. Sophie needs to come back.
Here's the problem with you, AP. You're basing everything on sexual experience. By 40 years old, you need to have gotten some other life experience. Like, honestly and truly, just sex don't determine it shouldn't be the extent to your experience when dealing with people in social situations in life. I'm sorry, it shouldn't be. You should develop some social, like, you should have developed some social skills. You should have developed some self-discipline. You should have learned to interact with women in other ways that don't necessarily revolve around sex. So no, a 17 or 18-year-old hot, sexy girl absolutely cannot take advantage of a 40-year-old virgin male, because what were you doing for the last 20 years to where, like, a woman just based on her sexuality can take advantage of you? Sorry, no, absolutely not. Well, that's not what we're doing.
And that's what kills me about a lot of. Yeah, Sophie needs to come back up here. But I was about to say, it just kills me is how you have a lot of men who slept with so many women, and yet they don't know anything about women. Just like we have a whole bunch of women out here who slept with so many men and don't know nothing about men. But anyway,
or even if you're a virgin, I know women who are virgins who, like, you cannot. I knew this woman who was like a virgin until she was like 40, and that made her even more because she had to watch and observe people and not go based off of her lust. that made her even more smarter and leery of men's games than girls who was out here getting digmatized, right? Because she had developed herself in other areas. So no, absolutely not. A fine, hot, pretty girl cannot take advantage of a 40-year-old version. Like by that age, you need to be thinking about the reasons why you have sex. You need to thought about the pros and cons of having sex. You need to be studying people. You need to be watching people, their behavior and their traits. Like, let's not. I haven't defended Diddy, my brother. I'm defending the men that are getting thrown under the bus because no, we're throwing predators under the bus. So if you're a man that is not a predator and does not indulge in pimp behavior, nobody's talking about you. Nobody's talking about you. I'm not talking like I'm not any men who don't behave the way that Diddy does, or men who don't engage in preying on weak-minded women. I am not talking about them at all. What's up, Sultry? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. See, this what I want to add. See, the thing is, we can't pound morals into people,
Thanks.
right? So everybody has a different moral compass. So that's just how I feel about it.
No, you're right. That's true. That's true. And if everybody was out here trying to, because here's the thing, nobody's perfect and we all fall short. I think there's a difference between kind of getting caught up in situations versus being strategic, right? For example, any man that done ever read Pimpin' Ken's book and decided they were going to employ those tactics, those were decisions. That's different between being caught up. You chose to be a terrible human being, right? And you don't have to be. That's what I'm saying. People can change. People can change their ways and acknowledge their behavior and be a better person, right? Diddy don't have to be the way that he is. He didn't have, like these are all choices. Versus people just kind of people get caught up in moments. People do things based on not understanding things. You get what I'm trying to say? People have to grow. People have to mature. It's a lot that goes into it, and I think you're right. We can't beat men. We cannot change people's morality, and that's why I
Mhm.
think we do need to start paying attention more to how people
Yeah.
behave. I had to become a person, but I had to become a person who, I had to go through a lot of stuff to understand a lot of stuff, but then I also
Mhm.
had to understand I don't have to be a victim. You know what I'm saying? So once I started paying attention and learning, I didn't learn the predatory ways or the psychological games people play so that I can do them back. I learned it so I can protect myself,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I think everybody needs to understand to some degree, you need to get out of victimhood. Even if you were a victim at once, you have to come out of that and you have to learn about these things and these ways and these tactics, not to employ them because that would make you a bad person too, but in order to not protect yourself. And we live in the age of victim blaming where people will do knowingly do fucked up shit to you and tell you it was your fault for you allowing them to do it to you. So you have to learn how to protect yourself out here, and that's why I make the content that I make, so I can put y'all up on certain things.
Mhm.
And I honestly think that even that has become a class. Again, taking the lesson from Chicago, I think that there is a
Mhm.
perpetrator victim class. And so we've become a society that celebrates perpetrators, whether they be predators, gang members, um, or just common, people who just take advantage of others or use their intelligence to try to manipulate others and try to break them down, regardless of the situation. I think we live in a
Mhm.
society that believes that has kind of made that a class issue. And therefore, I think it's even more imperative that you see more powerful people go down because then that'll
Oh yeah.
permeate the rest of society. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
And that's why I'm here for this trial. I'm here for all of the details and the mind games getting put on blast. I'm here for it because at the end of the day, even the average person who engages in these type of tactics, it's not just the men, the women who do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, people who engage in this type of stuff need to see you can, if Diddy can be held accountable, you can be held accountable too. And people need to start holding people accountable for their actions instead of being so quick to say, oh, well, such and such was no victim, or well, why did you let them do that to you? People need to start looking at folks who are clearly taking advantage of people and saying, you wrong. Yeah, they dumb and stupid and didn't know nothing, but you knew better and you dead wrong.
I agree. And I
And
just
even if
think
it's
that,
not, I'm sorry, hold on. Even if it's not so far, because some things they're not prosecutable, right? But for example, I personally would never hang out with a woman, whether it's legal or illegal. I personally don't hang out with women who I would never hang out with a woman who I knew is constantly scamming dudes, right? And I'm talking about dudes who are coming to her, really liking her, coming to her with good intentions, being good people to you, and you're constantly trying to scam them or prey upon them or use them. I don't associate with people like that at all. I don't like it. So
yeah,
that's another level of accountability. People will associate with people that they know constantly do other people dirty. Or men, or here's the thing with men. Men have this whole bros before hoes mentality, right? But then it's like, okay, you looking at a woman who betrayed a woman he lay next to every single night. Do you think that person, like, what you think like, you think that person really genuine with you? Or if he is just genuine with men and not women, you think that's a straight male? Okay. Um and that's the kind of stuff I'm talking. Even with women need to stop hanging out with these women who are predators, so you can socially hold people accountable. Go ahead.
yeah, I agree. I mean, I just feel like we again, right, on this internet culture, it's become this man versus woman thing to the point that I think that there's a big gap, and that gap is a moral gap. I think that in this man versus woman culture, in this political culture, have now this rising, boiling racial tension that there's no more right versus wrong. It's just which side are you on? And so when you see a situation like with the Diddy or even a DDG, it just feels like, oh, here we go. Once again, all the women piling up on these men, and now all the men have to now get on defense again. I think that's the way they see this. And that's why I wish this would have happened to him years ago, because then people would be able to see. I think some of these things are pretty. Now, Meg and Tory, I could see that becoming a man versus woman thing because that's a little bit more trivial. But so something like this, I don't. I think is pretty clear cut and dry. Like I said, I mean, this guy has been butt breaking me. He's on a whole nother level. Like regular
Yeah.
pimps and manipulators don't even have it like that. I mean, this guy is demonic. This guy is doing like Queen Amadeo is saying. This guy is into bacchanalian rights, and this guy just he has all kind of demonic power that makes it to a point where you know, uh, man, I have to smoke some more weed talking about this. Yeah, this
It's
yeah,
dark, but guess what? A lot of these regular, just low level pimps and manipulators, if you gave them the same powers, they would be doing the same stuff. Maybe not buck breaking men, but treating women in the exact same way. Maybe, like, only giving the women the time that are willing to do the most filthiest things with them. Or some of these men only like Shannon Sharp going after 19 year olds when you got enough money to where you can get
there's
women
so
your
many of those.
age.
So many
Huh?
of those out there. There's so many men like that.
It's
I remember, like even
so
like
many.
yeah, like some of my brother's friends who are ballers. They're like, yeah, they just want to get a woman home and just like fuck her in her ass and whatever, and just kick her out or something like that. I'm just like, man, y'all are so
Yeah.
demented. Just sit there and talk like that, like y'all are not
Yeah.
talking about sucking her toes or licking her thigh, like you know what I mean? And she's
All
that
this
like
ass stuff. Ugh. Then they be saying that's freaky. No, you nasty, and it's a small part of you that's gay. But you at the very least,
They
you're
don't even
nasty. And
want to
here, this ain't.
they don't even want to eat the kitty, but they want the woman to they be like, oh, you don't do anal. It's like, why are you pressing a woman to do anal and yet you don't even like to eat kitty? Like that's something I don't know. I think that's weird. Maybe I'm feminized. I don't know. I'll let Sultry talk because I'm
No, you ain't weird. It's weird. It's demonic. You know what I'm saying? And it's to the point where people have tried to normalize that type of behavior. That type of behavior is not normal. I'm gonna yuck some yums. Like that type of shit is not cool at all. So it's like even if you find a woman that's willing to do those kind of things with you, like it don't really change it. I'm not saying she's a victim if she's ready and willing and she want to do it. It's like that kind of stuff is still you taking something sex that was supposed to be pure and you supposed to be exchanging an energy transfer because sex is the most powerful exchange of energy you will ever have. And a lot of people don't think like that because they're engaging in it on a primal level, but it is. That's why people's get emotions, women's emotions get so messed up in behind it. Even men's too. That's why it messes up with people's judgment. That's why you have men who think about it all the time and can't stop thinking about it, and it runs and governs their whole life, and they make dumb decisions in behind it. It's not nothing to mess with and play with it, and to defile it and make it filthy like that, and then to normalize it via mainstream culture. Like I'll never forget when Janae Aiko said that lyric, I'm let him eat the booty like groceries. And it's like, man, it just got acceptable for people to go down on genitals. And now we talking about eating ass. Like, are you crazy? Like, and we're somewhere where you defecate out of, and now it's just kind of become like we think these things are normal, but when you think about it, this is some really filthy stuff, and people are just getting filthier and filthier.
Yeah, yeah, and just getting more. And my fear is that people, once they get to a level of filth, they're going to go two places that we really don't want to go to in society, and that's
Mhm.
sadism and being a PDF file. That where else is it going to go, right? They've already exhausted the girl on girl, the gay rapper. I think that's slowly starting to seep into the culture. I think they're trying to push that, but as far as being overly freaky, it's going to eventually lead to sadistic stuff, and it's going to lead to a minors. I mean, I don't see where else this goes from there, and that's what's bothering me. And furthermore, I mean, it's making me wonder, like, do people? I understand sex is an energy transfer. Now I get the feeling that this is no women are more and more using sex as a manipulation tactic or whatever to break men. That I see every day. Just
Mhm.
like men get women dick. I don't know. People are doing that. It's almost like sex is like meant for exploitation. Somebody's winning and somebody's losing. And then on top of that, people want to do all sort of humiliating stuff. Then I have women get real mad at me. A woman like threatens to throw. But when my daughter stay at her house, and she was pressuring me to eat her ass so much that she's like, "Yo, I'm gonna throw you and your daughter out in the cold." And it's 2 o'clock in
A
the
woman
morning.
was pressuring you to do that?
Yeah, because I was at her house, but it was late. It was winter time. It was one of those, oh, make her so comfortable. You can stay over there right there. And then I'm thinking, oh, okay, man, I'm gonna get lucky. And then she's just like, yo, you don't eat that, yo, because honestly, you can get the fuck out right now if you're not gonna eat my ass. And it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, winter time. I'm like,
She said
damn,
that?
yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's wrong. She nasty. She wrong. That's abusive behavior.
I mean, I say a lot like, I mean, again, people get crazy on the internet, uh, and then in the chat group, they're like, "Oh, she won't eat the ass. You want to eat that's wrong with you. What's wrong with you?" Da, da, da. I'm like, "Dang, who the hell am I that it got them this heated about not wanting to about even question? I didn't even say outright, no, no, not at all. I mean, whatever it takes to please my woman, I'll do. But it's just
Dang.
that, like, you know, I didn't like that kind of energy. So the point that I make, and again,
Yeah, she wrong.
all that's getting encouraged. It's all manufactured. So a point that I'm making is that I think there's a lot of things we see in our society for men and women that are not
Mm-hmm.
natural, that have been manufactured. And I don't know that, you know, I don't know if we're either one of us are have been our true selves at any point in the last 25 years. I mean,
I got a
I just,
question for you, Jamal.
yes, ma'am.
Why do
But
you think men have created a space such as red pill in the first place?
well, it's because they don't want to be guys like me. That's what. But to put it simply, they don't want to be the nice guy who, he gets friend zoned and all the girls, walk by him and sleep with and give their bodies to the guys who act like assholes. So be the asshole guy. Um, and also because I think that when Obama got into office, there started to be a much more feminist sort of energy that rose through the air. It was an LGBT energy too, but at the same time. But yeah, there was this big feminist wave that was coming through. And what happened is that these men started to try to be countercultural. And so, therefore, on top of they didn't want to be the passed over men, on top of the fact that they didn't want to be the men that weren't getting laid, we wanted, I mean, or have any affection, whatever. Again, all of those things are interpreted differently by different men. But, um, to try to be as general as possible, a lot of it was countercultural, and it kind of took on a life of its own. And you've had different various type of leaders. It's had racial lines, it's had social lines, it's had economic lines, and now the real leader of the red pill manosphere is Donald Trump, because he's the one that's actually brought the black man, the white man, the men of other races, men of different classes together as one sort of like men power type of thing. Outside of that, you have the black manosphere, you have the O'Shea dude, because a lot of those guys, their favorite target is black women, and in particular, and I mean, you have like O'Shea Duke Jackson. He's funny, but it's like, dang man, did a woman, you know, hit the wall the second she was born? I mean, like this guy says everybody hit the wall. I'm thinking, dang, everybody, she hit the wall too. She just was born. Like, how she hit the wall already, man? She didn't even move yet. But
Yeah.
and then you have the guys like the Kevin Samuels. I call him the Ronald Reagan because he also is much more smooth and unites a lot of these people. Though I think he's more of a class person. So if
I
you're
have a
below,
question though.
yeah, sorry.
So what I grasp from the red pill concept is that, see, I feel like there's a generation difference because when I was growing up, it seemed like men had a better bond these days. And it almost seems as if men today are bonding through red pill content just to, fit in with their male counterparts. That's what it seemed like to me because they don't actually have, you know, male figures as they once did back in the day. That's what I get.
And
I've
you're
seen, hold on.
absolutely
Hold on, can I jump in real
definitely
quick?
go ahead.
I've seen men, I've seen men crazy. And I'm starting to see this more and more. I've seen men who have absolutely no reason to be red pilled.
Mm-hmm.
Like you are tall, you are very attractive, like you're all this, right? But you have some type of bitterness towards women. You're saying the same, like I look at some of these men, like fresh and fit. I clearly see why y'all are doing red pill content. Like
You wrong.
literally. I do. Like I'm like, I understand. It makes sense. Like there's
I think you right
Stefan is
there.
cold is another one who I'm like, it makes sense. Now, honestly and truly, what
Wait,
these
you're
men
saying
need to
he
learn is that
seems like the type to do
who?
uh
No, Stefan did. No. I was saying fresh and fit and like Stefan did. Like a lot of these men that have red pill channels.
mhm
I'm not talking about you, Jamal. I'm saying these men that do these red pill channels,
mhm
the like 99.999% of the time, even though I don't agree with what they're saying, I can say I understand why you felt like you had to turn to that. But then now it's getting to the
But I'm asking you
point where
why Steph in particular. Why do you
because
say
he's
that?
short.
Oh, that
You Steph,
okay.
Steph, you know what I'm talking about. Steph is cold.
Right.
Because he's short and he has the attitude of a bitch. And that's the thing. What men need to learn is like if you have certain type of disadvantages, then like you being an asshole, all that's gonna do is for a short period of time, especially when you get a girl that's young and impressionable. Then yes, you are going to be able to get a girl. And like if you use certain psychological tricks like negging her and it's a young chick, that is going to work. Those girls grow up kind of like with Marcus Houston and the fact that his wife is leaving him now and he got her when she was a 16-year-old runaway and he was talking about she's submissive and this is that and they're about to get a divorce, right? She grew up, right? When you are a guy that don't have certain things working to you, your only benefit, like the only thing that's going to actually get you a woman is that you wait till women get older and you actually be a nice guy. That's it. You being bitter, like wait till she gets older, wait till she gets more mature, wait till she gets a better
That's the
perspective.
problem. That's the
It
problem.
might be the problem, but that's the reality. That's the only way
I
it's
like
gonna
that.
work.
I like that.
Yeah.
And by the way, those kind of women, they keep saying, "Oh, well, so you're waiting until after her box is used up by a couple of dudes and guys that shot their loads in there and just kids." No, you have to go pick up that piece. Well, the reality is, a lot of those women smell a lot fresher down there than what younger women are. That's why I don't understand why old guys who are older would deal with young chicks. It's like they don't take care of themselves as well. They're wild. They want to like. That really doesn't make any. And they're not that smart. So um,
No. And the
You
woman with
know what?
kids
I
go.
actually second that because like sometimes guys don't know this, but sometimes when you enter the women's restroom and you knew that it was like younger ladies entering this restroom, it does smell a little wretched.
it is right.
Nasty. They're out there, and these young women now they're different. We used to get shamed. I'm not saying there are girls that when we grew up with that wasn't like, really out there like that, but now they don't have any shame. They talk about the dudes that, and so they're doing it like they running it up. They running it up and they don't care. They don't have no shame about it. It's not to talk bad about the younger women. I feel like we should be a mentor to them. We should give us some guidance if they're willing to listen and they're young and they're having to learn. And hey, a lot of young boys are not, probably to a lesser degree though, because of whether or not they can or they can't, but they're out here too. But so it's not, I'm not trying to talk down on the young sisters, but yeah, it be reeking, it be funky. They don't take care of themselves. And then like to the point I'm talking about how nice guys just have to learn that. And I used to have this conversation with my boys in high school who I would see like they're the nice guy, but the girls wouldn't give them a chance. So they're like becoming bitter in high school. And I think, come on, Miss Brown, such and such did this. And I have to explain to them, they're not mature enough for you yet, but don't become a weirdo because then they start doing weird. I was like, don't do all that weirdo stuff. Like focus on you. But unfortunately, I mean, that's the
Damn.
here's the thing, unfortunately, we can't bypass the biology of this. And how it works in nature is that women pick and choose who they reproduce with. And it just is what it is. And in nature, not every male gets a woman. Men have to compete for women. That's really how it's supposed to be. And not every man is worthy of his DNA being passed along, right?
Mm-hmm.
It just think in today's day and age, women are having a whole bunch of kids with men that's not worthy. We should only be reproducing with kind men, right? But I think because we're so far gone from nature and women don't understand
Mm-hmm.
power and women don't take their womb seriously, and that we've been told that every man is supposed to have a woman, and then on top of that we've been taught to like the wrong type of men and reproduce with the wrong type. So fucked up that we're not even operating in nature. But the reality of the matter and the situation is that every man don't deserve a woman. Every man don't deserve to have his DNA passed along. And women got to be okay with that. We got to know our sole purpose is not to reproduce with every single man that we come across. We got to be real selective, right? And in a lot of cases, a lot of us ain't never gonna have no kids or have a partner, and that's okay. We don't need that. But what I'll say for the nice dudes just need to work on themselves, have some patience, understand that a lot of times women cannot see, will not be able to see your value until they mature. And that's better because now she coming to you with a right mind, right? She coming to you more healthy. A lot of times when they're young, they're toxic. They not coming to you in the right mind. And then when you get her, don't try to punish her because you couldn't have her all them years. Don't try to punish, make
Mm-hmm.
women that rejected you. Actually be a nice guy so that you can keep her.
And
Right. Yeah.
You can't
be
come
a
in
be a
anymore.
passionate lover. Be a more do all the stuff that you be exactly who you thought. Basically compete with these guys in that sort of sense. Okay, I'm going to do everything that she thought that you guys could do, and I'm going to use it with my personality, with whatever passion and whatever I got. You do that because a lot of these men, again, this is red pill stuff, but I think even this came before that. But a lot of the alpha dudes who and athletes, they kind of feel like pleasing a woman is not really all that necessary. Women are so turned
Mm.
on by them initially that they kind of just get pleased by ooh, but after they've been having sex with them, they're like, these guys don't even care about pleasing a woman.
No,
Again,
Actually,
men
I
at
got a
the top.
question for you.
Yeah.
So, with what you're saying, for some reason, it's like I think that men just like temporary highs anyway.
Yes
Like,
and yes and no.
it seems as if some, I'm not gonna say all, it seems as if some just like temporary highs anyway. And so that's why they mask themselves to be this representative until they get what they want. And then once they get, the goods or however the case may be, then they're on to the next temporary high. That's what it seemed like.
That's true. I mean, that is true to a great degree. But a lot of these women nowadays have become the exact same way. It's not even worse. So,
That's true.
I mean, in this day and age, unfortunately, the face of that has been largely taken over by women. That is true what you said. It's just that you waited too late in history to say it because now women have kind of taken over that mantle. Just like not showing who your
In
partner is,
what way?
because reality is you hear many more women say, "Oh my God, that's why I don't really want to be in a relationship because I'll get bored, and like I don't want to be. I feel so trapped. I feel so trapped." And what they're really meaning is that I want the option to sample other dicks. I'm not saying for every woman, but I'm saying that's for a lot of them. They're more so like that. A lot of men are. They're the ones who keep saying, "Man, that's why I'm scared to have a baby with some good man because he's gonna be wanting a relationship." And he's gonna be wanting to be clean to me and all this type of stuff. And I'm so scared. Give me a man that just don't care at all. Are you hear women say this stuff? So when you by the time you say there's men that I think that's the society we live in a microwave popcorn brain society. So that's just the name of the game. That's the standard. So
Yeah, I think so. I think hold on real quick. I'm gonna let you finish them all. I think that I think a lot of that is true because I have met women who I've been like, oh, she broke up with a man, and I'm like, why? Because he's boring. But I'll admit, I've also said that too, to where I don't I I've had times where I'm like, I don't want to be in a relationship because I don't want to be bored. But it's not for the reasons that you think. Like, I don't mind being with one man and only sleeping with him. It's because every time I get, not every time, I've had one relationship that wasn't like this, but I'm very selective and I'm very slow to get into a relationship because I don't want to be with nobody who's going to control me. Like, we only get one life. I want to travel. A lot of men don't want to travel. If you don't want to travel, I'm
That's
not,
very true.
yeah, I'm not gonna, I want to see the world. I want to see
men
life.
don't
Now,
want to travel.
a lot of men don't like to travel or they don't like doing things that are out of their comfort zone. Or
Mhm.
it's a lot of men when they do travel, they want to go eat at the same stuff they eat at the United States. They don't want to
Yes.
do nothing out of their stay on a resort. They want to do that. So me personally, I either have to be with a man who will let me go do that by myself, or
Mhm.
want to go. I don't mind that either. Don't be trying to tell me I can't go or what. My life, here's the thing, who I am as individual, or my life shouldn't stop just because I got in a relationship with you, just because you need to feel secure.
Right.
I never do that to nobody. Any man
Yeah,
that I
that's what be the fear though.
yeah, that
Yeah,
be
I
that
don't like
if
that.
you're born and I can be with you if you're a born dude, if you let me go do me, or if you want to come with me and you want to have a good time, and I don't got to feel limited and
That's
restricted, and
easy.
you wanna try new things. But
Yeah.
here's
Mhm.
a lot. It sound easy. It sounds simple. A lot of dudes can't handle that. They don't want to do shit. They want to come home, go to work, watch TV, or play the game, and they
And
expect
expect
you
you
to
to
sit
be
at
right there.
home, and I'm not doing it, sir.
Yeah.
I ain't doing it at all. Now I keep my house clean. I cook a meal and put something on the stove because that's just how I do anyway. Because I take care of me and I have my daughter. I'm doing that whether a man is here or not. But as far as
Mhm.
you feeling like my have to stump my growth and the dreams and aspirations I have in my life just because I got with you, I'm gonna go choose me and my goals and my dreams every single time, and it don't have nothing to do with no man. Because I can go do all that stuff. Y'all know me, I solo travel. I'll get up and go somewhere by myself and not deal with nobody while I'm there if I want to go do that, right? So it's to the
Mhm.
point where
Yeah, I could
that's
do
what
that
I say.
too.
All the women that I see that are in a like that are married, like it be so many women that I have talked to who like on the internet they make it seem like they so happy, or they say stuff about, oh yeah, marriage, they're promoting marriage, but when I be talking to them about their marriage and the things that go on, they be so miserable, bored, talking about how they lost themselves, how they hate their life. And it's like, oh, I can't go out like that.
Yeah,
Like,
that's why I didn't like that trend on TikTok when they were talking about, "Oh, I lost my spark," and they made a whole thing out of it. I'm like, "Y'all look silly."
Yeah, you do. I think it's about money, though. I think money also makes a big difference. I think if society, everybody had to just have way more money, some of that stuff would get eliminated. A lot of it would.
yeah, I mean it would, but then you have to deal with the fact that they husbands think they supposed to be in the house 24/7 and not, they not helping them with the kids. That's another thing. I see these women getting settled down with all these kids and the men is not helping them. They don't have any friends. They're isolated from their friend groups. The man is going out and doing stuff with his friends. She got to be at home with the girl. Y'all, the more I talk about this shit sound
Yeah, but
depressing.
that sounds backwards. Like that doesn't sound like modern times, though.
It don't sound like modern times, but these are the type of marriages and relationships that a lot of these men want to be in these days and are
Mhm.
promoting. That's the main point of the red pill. That's why they're
That
so
sounds
pissed at.
boring. That sounds way boring.
It
I don't
sounds
even.
boring. That's why these women like. Here's the thing. Now, I
But
mean,
that's why I think it's a big reason why men cheat, because they won't get out and explore or try new things. The only time they want to try new things is with a new woman.
oh, facts. That's the
So
only
that's
new
what I meant
excitement.
by that temporary high too.
Yeah, that's the only
That's
new
true.
excitement. You won't go do some new exciting stuff. The only thing new and exciting to you is a new body and a new vagina to jump into, right? So
That's
it's to the
exciting,
point
though.
where
I will say.
yeah. Well, okay, but and then even for these women, and I definitely think there is a segment of women who, and I've met them too, who don't want to sit down, and it's genuinely because they can't see themselves sleeping with one man for the rest of their life. They get bored sleeping with one man. So there's another aspect of that too. But I would say overall, the relationships that I've seen, most of the people that I see giving advice about relationships on the internet, when I look at the relationships that they have and I look at the women that they're with, I in no way say, dang, when I was a little girl, I looked at the woman that they were with and wanted to be her. It's usually it's very tragic and very sad, and I feel pity for the women that they're with. And that's basically what it comes down. I'm like, there's got to be more to life than just being this man's wife and catering to his every need and want and giving up my goals, dreams, and aspirations.
Hi, how do you like those? How do you guys like growing up seeing those successful, good-looking couples that have nice house and everything, but the man was just so surly and mean. It's like, dag, man, can you just be cool a little bit? And has to constantly talk about how he's paying for everything, and you know,
I couldn't do that
you know,
either. I couldn't do that either, and that's why
and
I'm
it's not
more
just
so.
sometimes with the woman. It's whole attitude with this woman, with everything. Well, you know, I'm saying, I see you guys like to eat, huh? Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, you're that. You know, you got guys like me paying for everything. You know, they're just real arrogant kind of dudes like that.
Oh,
I
I couldn't
mean,
do it.
I'm sure you guys saw a ton of couples like, especially black couples in the '80s and '90s. Those were on the rise, and they all got divorced. Because those guys were just, yeah, nice woman, nice house. He was a decent looking guy, good job, but man, and he, you know, was respected, strong name, good reputation, but man, he's such a mean, surly dude.
I think I think guys need to be a little more truthful in the regards of, you know, they don't really like to have a whole load of things to do. They really don't. That's why they always give the woman tasks to do. Like the
That's
whole title, huh?
I say, yeah, that's true to a great degree.
I think the whole title of women believing that men are providers, I feel like they can be in a sense, but like that's why they want to sit down and watch the TV because they just feel like getting the money or dealing with, you know, their competition at work actually takes their energy. And that's the thing about, I think women don't understand. They're like, oh, you just go to work and get the money. But it's not just the money, it's the dynamics of the whole competition with other men. And so when they come home, yeah, they are exhausted, but yet you can't always use that against the woman and then leave all the tasks to her. That's not fair.
I think I think one reason why women don't understand is because we work too and we deal with a lot of similar dynamics now too, you know. So
Mhm.
I think what it is we're just more, we have just more stamina and zeal for life, honestly and truly.
Yeah,
That's why a lot of the
a
times
lot, a lot,
we have
lot,
a
lot.
lot more, we like to try new things. We kind of go more when we're just more passionate people. And that's
Yeah.
why I said, like, I can leave space. And what's up, GMS? Good to see you. He said good guys always finish last. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I see why you would say that. I do
I
understand
just,
why you would say it. But what I will say is, I think with women, a lot of times we're looking for a man that can match that energy. And it's very few that honestly can. And I think the
Mhm.
better ask would be, for
oh,
example,
he could surpass that energy.
you well, yeah, but okay, I'll say this. So I know a woman who, and she's just a very, I love her. She's just like cool. Me and her, like, she's a Cancer and I'm a Gemini. I love Cancer women. Okay. But you know, she went through most of her life, you know, kind of being dealt a bad hand in relationships. And she never thought she was going to get married. And then, like, after 50, you know, like when she was in her late 50s, she finally got married to a man who was about 6 years younger than her.
Mhm.
And he was hard working man, though. Hard working man. And she never thought she would get married. He liked her more than she liked him. Mind you, he was not ugly at all. He tall, like handsome, hardworking man, but it's just not the type she usually would go for, right? And this is why I say can good guys can win, you know, because she's fine. Let me tell you, this woman now, she's almost 70 and she built like a 20-year-old. So he definitely went and was, and not just that, she's a good person. She makes sure he got his meals and all that, but she go to the casino and she go travel and do what she want to do. And a lot of the
Mhm.
times that's not really his speed. He'll stay at home most of the weekend. She want to travel, but he will get up and go dance with her and do something like that. So I think that is kind of what women should expect. You shouldn't necessarily expect a man to go experience every single fun thing in your life with you, but if you can find one that's gonna treat you right and is gonna you know, give is confident enough to give you the space to go be you while you're out and exploring, and giving you trust and having a good attitude towards you, when you're at home. I think that is the better thing you want to look for. I think so.
I agree, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
All right, can we talk about Koi now?
We can. Hold on. I gotta start being mean. GMS, don't be mean. Why you feel like you gotta start being mean?
I
What's
have to
up,
stop
DJ
being too.
Batman? What's up? It's good to see you. I feel like I ain't seen you in a minute. We could talk about Koi. What's up? So what you want to say, Sultry?
Oh, because you made a good transition for it earlier, how you were saying, um, like women need to start taking their wombs more serious and not procreating with any man who pop up in your life type thing.
Yes, because I'm looking at Trippy Red and I don't see a baby father. I don't see a father. I don't see a father. Let me find.
Mm-mm.
I'm like, girl,
Oh,
I don't see a father at
you
all.
dissing
What
my
makes
man
you think?
Trippy?
Hmm?
You dissing my man Trippy, man? That's on Pyru that you disrespecting on Pyru.
No, I just don't. Do you see a father, Jamal? When you look at him,
I mean, I see. I mean, let's be real, right? I love Quella, Ray, right? But how many people out there would say they see a see a wife and a mother when they see Quella Ray? This is the industry we're talking about here. So the only thing you can go by off is how hot they is at the moment. You can't really be talking about. You see a mother or father, what man? All these people is hoes and nasty and worship the devil. So we got to put that. We got to keep that in mind. But no, I
Wait,
don't.
can you repeat that? I didn't hear that clearly.
I said this is the industry. Then I mean, if you're gonna say that about him, you could say that about her too, right? I mean, none of these, all these people is hoes and nasty and worship the devil. But as far as on a surface level, no, I don't. I mean, I was wondering why he wasn't at the baby shower, and there was a whole big thing. Well, men aren't necessarily supposed to be at the baby shower, and da 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 da. I'm like, I didn't know that. I wasn't on my baby son. I had to help, but
she didn't want him there. He paid for it. That's what he said. But she didn't
okay,
want
that's
him
okay.
there because he cheated on her. But she said that. I
Oh,
think
okay, okay, okay.
he would
All
have
right.
came,
Well, that
but he did pay for it.
okay. Well, then fair enough. But I mean, again, this is the industry we're talking about. So if Trippy Red is her equal, which he is, right? And some, I mean, he is, and
In
he
what
loves
capacity?
her. Come on, the same capacity that we're talking about Holly Bailey and DDG.
This is Trippy Red. No, I don't. I feel
I
like if
don't
you were
see
gonna
that,
say,
sir.
like, first of all, I don't think you can compare DDG and Trippy. I'm
I
gonna give.
don't see
I'm gonna.
that.
Trippy Red
I'm
is
gonna
at a
give a
way
boy.
higher level than DDG.
No, because let's take the money off the table. Let's take the money off the
Oh,
table.
come on.
Let's take the money off the table and let's take the who's got a better rap career off the table, and let's just talk about who got more sense. I'm gonna defend DDG here, because we not gonna say that this boy Trippy Red that got all these tattoos up and down his face and be walking
Yeah.
around looking crazy. We not gonna say that Trippy Red seems, you know. Here's the thing with DDG. I feel like if he was older and got his mind right, I could see a woman looking at him and saying, okay, he could be a father. I don't see it ever in this life or the next for your boy Trippy Red. I just don't see it.
Well, the reason why I was saying that, now this is a case where now AP can come in and say you're moving the goalpost. Because I was
Okay.
talking about in the context of Holly Bailey and DDG, same thing with Kiki Palmer and Darius, and same thing with Chloe Bailey and her last man before that's with Burner Boy, which I think she met her match there. But
Are
it
they
was
still
completely,
dating?
oh, definitely not. Definitely not. They're very more
Oh.
than moving done.
Hold on, how
But
am I moving the goalpost though? What you mean?
because because when it came to those guys, Holly Bailey and DDG, DDG is not on her level, and that was a big topic of conversation. That Holly, and I agree, Holly
No,
Bailey should
I
be.
agree. No.
The,
I'm not saying that Halle Bailey should have even looked at DDG at this point in time and been like, that's he's ready to be a father. So, but I'm just talking about in terms of, it's some people you can look at them and you
Mm-hmm.
can tell whether or
Yep.
not they could ever be a good dad. I don't see
Mm-hmm.
Trippy Red in this life or the next ever being able to be a good father, is what I'm saying.
Well, I get that part, but I mean, the reason why I skipped over that is because
Okay.
I'm on the tip of these are all industry people. So when you're talking about industry people, you have to put it in that kind of context because these are not regular people. I mean, you don't know what
Hmm.
the hell kind of person Coyle Ray is compared to what regular beautiful women are. She seems like a really sweet, fairly humble girl. But these are all industry people. Mariah Carey is a weirdo. All these females are weirdos, and I mean the older women who, you know, they're obvious. I don't know because
Hmm.
all these chicks are
I
weird.
have a
But
question. Have you even picked up on Coyle Ray's like personality at all, or are you just basing her off of how she presents her body?
did you
It's
not
a
hear what I just
legitimate
said?
question.
I said that she's a very sweet, humble, down to earth girl, and she's very talented musically. But I mean, I don't know. Again, they're all in the industry, so I that's why I said. I mean, again, if Trippy Red was a decent, let's say he was a law firm, you know, he worked at a law firm, would you encourage him to get with Coyle Ray if he was your son and he worked at a law firm? I don't think you would, right? Because she's in the industry.
Mm,
Where if
it-
she were a regular person, you might say, okay, all right, cool. So, but when you put two people in the industry, they
Because they're okay, what is the stigma that you have in your head about the industry? Because I don't understand what the industry means to you.
they are all superficial, nasty, devil worshipping, bisexual um, puppets who are basically all prostitutes, both
Wow.
the men and the women. That's what I think, and I
um,
want you to prove me wrong.
I will say this. Okay, let me kind of interject before we go on here because I understand why you're saying what you're saying, Jamal. And I feel like the industry has kind of like shifted a little bit. And I guess I'm speaking in terms of I've been a person who worked in an industry where and had a relationship in the industry to where most people would have told my boyfriend, like, oh my gosh, why are you dating her? They all do X, Y, and Z. But I know I wasn't doing X, Y, and Z. But I understood why somebody would say that because the majority were doing X, Y, and Z. And I'm thankful that him and his family gave me an opportunity to look at me as an individual versus painting me with the broad brush.
Mhm.
And like to this day, even though I'm not with that person, like that I can call his mom and his sister and them and ask them for anything. It's kind of like one of those situations where I feel like I met him just so I could meet them, if that makes sense. But like and I understand why you would say what you're saying, Jamal, because I probably feel like in 95% of the time that probably is the case. I haven't really heard anything negative about or anything like nasty about Coily Ray. One thing that I like that makes me raise flags is why would she even be with somebody like that? Because he gives
Mhm.
demonic vibes. So like that makes me pause. It makes me raise an eyebrow.
Who was
Mhm.
Uh
her first boyfriend?
hmm?
Who was her previous boyfriend?
I don't know. Who did she
I'll
have
give you a
before?
hint. What city am I in right now?
Chicago?
Toronto. No, I'm in Toronto right now.
Oh, Toronto. Okay.
So you got her first boyfriend previously was Pressa, and Pressa is like the Lil Durk of Toronto. Like similar
Oh.
kind of background. If you look at Lil Durk's background, look at Pressa's, that they're almost a mirror of each other. Listen to what Lil Durk talks about. Listen to what Pressa, they mirror of each other. On the song with Coil Ray, which is his song, which is supposed to boost him up, he's talking about how Thugger got hit and did a dance. Right? He's saying that in his song with Coil Ray. So I'm just saying. And so that's what I'm saying. By the time you ask me about Trippie Redd, I'm already knowing this. Plus, her dad is Benzino. So I mean, I don't
Mm,
know, man. So by the time you get to this situation, my expectations of Coil Ray are not that high. So it's more or less like, okay, well, what is Trippie Redd doing in the industry? How is his career like? Where's Coil Ray's career at? Well, you know what? This looks like an even exchange. That's how I looked at
okay,
it.
so what you saying is the two type of the same people got together.
More or less. I do think
More or
I
less.
would rather
Okay.
see Coyle Ray with somebody a little bit more, you know, normal acting, somebody better than him. But I mean, again, she's Gen Z. Gen Zs are all weirdos. So
And that's the space, and that's the space, that's the space in which she's choosing to operate, right? And
Mhm.
that's why I say, as women, we have to learn how to develop ourselves. I would love to see more conversations being had with young women. And that's why that's one thing I don't like about the red pill thing. And that's one thing I don't like about a lot of the men that were Donald Trump supporters, these people supporting the traditional family, because I feel like it's gone too far. I don't think that I'll never promote women out here having whole phases, right? Because again, sex is powerful. I promote women out here getting to know men, you know what I'm saying? Like getting to know them, learning how to interact. That's way different than having a whole phase. But honestly and truly, what I feel like women should do more than anything is develop ourselves emotionally, develop emotional self-control and discipline, and learn who we are as people. Because I don't think you're ever gonna choose the right dude if, but since the age of a teenager and really young, your focus is being on a relationship. You're gonna choose
Mhm.
the wrong dude every
Every
single
time.
time because you don't
Yep.
know shit. You going based off of trends. You going based off of hype. You
Who
probably
got
not living the way
tattoos?
you got tattoos here. You probably not living the way that you should be living either. So at that point, you're dating at your level versus focusing on self-development. I think
Yeah.
we would have when people do, like right now, the divorce rate is actually going down. Why is the divorce rate going down? Because millennials are taking longer to get married.
yeah, sure.
So when you take longer to get married, you get to know yourself. You decide whether or
Right.
not marriage even is or isn't for you. So a lot of that has to do
Right.
with people ain't getting married anyway because they either can't find somebody that's
Mhm.
correct or they know it's not for them. And then the people who are choosing to get married, they're going into it with a better understanding. And women are having kids, later on in life now. And yeah, that might not necessarily be the best thing in terms of like, this is when your body is at its prime to have a kid, but now they're able to be more responsible. But the image of it, the way these rappers and the rapper baby mamas make it look like, is that all these young women are just out here popping out babies in mass left and right. But that's why I say we gotta be better guarders and protectors of our womb. The older you get, like I've always kind of known. I'm grateful I had my daughter and I would go back and have her again just because I always said I've never had aspirations to be a mother. Even when I was a teenager before I got pregnant, it's not nothing that I ever had a desire to do. When
Mhm.
I got pregnant with my daughter, something told me, like I didn't even think about having an abortion, but I always said before I found out I was pregnant with her, if I got pregnant, I would have an abortion. But I had her and I didn't, and I would go back and have her again, not because I wanted to be a mother, but because of uh who she is as a kid, like, right? Like who she is as a kid and the relationship that we have, I would have her again, right? But even like now, I don't see myself having another kid. I've never in my heart had a desire to be a mother. Now that I have a child, I'm not like those women who loathe motherhood. I enjoy my daughter a lot. But like it took me getting to like coming to a certain level of maturity to understand that I don't need to have another kid. It
Mhm.
took me getting to 31 years old to be solidified in that. And I think a lot of women don't need to be mothers. I really think they don't, but they don't give themselves time to even explore that option because you popping out kids before you can even figure yourself out.
But it's not even that. It's just some people, I really do believe that some people are followers and some people are leaders. Like
Okay.
that's just how life go. Like some people, they're not gonna understand how to get out of the follower mentality. That's why they sit around and gossip about people, or They want to have baby daddies and baby mamas. That's because that's all they see. And then you'll have other people who just think outside the box, and that's just is what it is.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's true. I think that's true. Yeah, I think you also, it's a level of like, if you think outside the box, you get shunned, to be honest. Like
You
people
do.
who choose to go against the mold. So for example, if you're a person that came from the hood and you decided, oh, I don't want to be a baby mama, or I don't want to do X, Y, and Z that all of my peers are doing, people in your neighborhood are going to look down on you, or they're going to think that you think you're better than everybody. So you're going to get shamed for that. So you have to
Mhm.
leave and go be with other people who are like-minded, which is not always the easiest thing to do, or you have to position yourself to do. But even just in
Mhm.
general, like when you're choosing to go against the grain, like I have people that still talk about me to this day and is trying looking at me to fail, or they think that I'm weird because I moved out of the country. Right? Like
Mhm.
I got people that I real life got people that feel a way about me, feel a way towards me about that. Like um, and
That's their own insecurity,
it's
though.
their own
it is.
insecurities. But
It
like
is.
imagine if I was a person who actually gave a fuck what people think. Cause I don't. But like imagine if I was a person, like I don't ever consider how, unless I feel like it's gonna like genuinely do harm to somebody. I don't care what people, I don't consider what people think about when it comes to my life. I make my decisions based around me, right? But there are so many people who wouldn't have even made that move because they'd be scared of what their family's gonna say, or they be scared that certain relationships won't be as strong if they move around. So it's like going to doing what's the popular thing. People are gonna like you more and they're gonna treat you better when you're doing what's popular. When you go against the grain, people, you do have fewer relationships and people get to acting funny and moving weird with you. I ain't even
Mhm.
gonna hold you. They do.
That's
Mhm.
very true. And I think that we have a follower society. What's the wave? What's this? And by the way, remember how you were talking about you see all these good looking men and you have no idea why they're red pill? Well, explain to me. It's the same thing about a lot of these young angry feminists where it's like, come on, you came from the suburbs, you're a good girl, you got braces in your mouth right now. What the hell a dude did to you? You ain't even been in a relationship. And it's indoctrination. And so on both ends. And so I think that we need to have a societal period of healing. I mean, we've had social wars, gang wars, political wars,
Mhm.
social wars. I think we need a period of healing and trying to figure out people. Stop looking at them as women or men or black or white, and just try to look at them as people just for a sec. Um, and
Um,
again, I think that when it comes to like uh, dating or with somebody like a Coil Ray, I think again with somebody in the industry or somebody at a certain class, you can't because number one, you don't know if the industry put these people together or not, right? Because what if one of the guys, the big Jewish guys down at in Atlantic or label says, hey, you know what, Coy? I think you need to get with Trippy Red. That'll really provide some spark for you. And let's say Trippy Red, is attractive to her or whatever, right? And then they say to Trippy Red, hey, you know what, man? You're getting older. We're gonna move into a different class. You can't just stick to the same base. You gotta, you know what? Why don't you have a child? Why don't you have a child with Coil Ray? I think this is gonna be, and maybe they could have decided on their own. Maybe the label don't want that. But either way it goes, I think that you can't talk about these kind of couples the way you would talk about regular people because there's
That's
so
true.
other stuff going on. You don't know what the hell kind of. I think Trippy Red is under MK Ultra and Coil Ray is the daughter of Benzino from the Sweats magazine. So I mean, who knows what kind
it
of
could have been put
industry?
together by the industry. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. A lot of these relationships probably, again, they have contracted relationships. They'll contract a baby. They'll do stuff for publicity. So it's like we can't really base our lives on this. But I will say what a lot of girls will do is they'll look at a girl like Coily Ray having a baby by Trippy Red, and they'll go actually do that with the boy that looks like that and behaves like that in their neighborhood. And it's like, girl, it's giving $40,000 in unpaid child support.
Yeah, because
You
those
know what
guys
I'm
are
saying?
going to become superstars. They're not going
Yeah,
to never get no job.
that's what it's giving, and that's what I'm saying. We need to start, and this is on the women. I think a lot of the issues with society, I think there will be a self correction, right? And I think the women, honestly and truly, I think the women are to a degree trying to self correct. I don't believe that every man was supposed to have a wife. I don't believe that
Mhm.
that we're all supposed to be reproducing. I don't believe that everybody's genes are supposed to get passed along. I
Mhm.
believe that some people are supposed to die out. I know that sounds terrible to a lot of people, but right
That
now, what
sounds
you have
No, it
progressive.
don't. That sounds fair to
right now,
me.
we have a lot of low IQ people reproducing with each other. So what you're seeing
Mhm.
right now is the smart people who understand the stakes, what it takes to raise a kid, who are trying to be responsible with their reproduction. Smart
Mhm.
people are having very few or no children, and you have a whole bunch of really low IQ people. They are the ones who are having three, four, five, six, seven, eight kids, right? And I'm not talking about the smart people who chose to do things the right way and find suitable partners and have three kids. I'm talking about these baby daddy, baby mama situations, multiple baby mama. Like, you have very low IQ people reproducing, and it's making us dumber as a society. Um,
Mhm.
and I think what we need to be trying to do is impress upon, because you can't do it with the men. I'm sorry, like, I know we want this to be an equal and shared effort, but men are they have more testosterone than us and are more sex driven, that you can't, I mean, you can try, you can tell men to be responsible, you can tell men to, I think that it would be a great message. I think we should try. I don't think we should just tell them to be out here letting it loose, but ultimately the onus, and this is one thing that the red pill gets right. This is one thing that Kevin Samuels got right. The onus is on women to choose and do better. The onus is on women to keep our legs closed and to be educated and understand that not every man deserves a baby. You don't have to have a baby by every man you get into relationships. Some men's genes do need to die out, and we need to move accordingly. For example, I
Mhm.
love it when I've heard other scientists, and Princella, she's broken this down on her channel, the difference between chimpanzees and bonobo society. So chimpanzees have a very male, like, it's a very male dominated society. It's a lot more violent, and the women are basically kind of like in more danger. The women get raped in chimpanzee society. It's all of that. Versus with the bonobos, they're primates, but it's a very the women run society more, but they do reproduce, and they only reproduce with nice men. So that is where you get men who are protectors and are providers, and that is the goal of the men. In the bonobo society, the men don't try to dominate over the female bonobos. They protect the female bonobos from outside, you know what I'm saying, like outside intrusions and things like that. But they generally tend to not be violent towards the women, and they're very nice and they're very kind, and the women meet and they make the decisions. It sounds so weird because we're talking about apes, but that is one situation where, when you have women who are working together, who understand we only reproduce men who are genuinely kind. We don't even need you to be a provider, because in the bonobo society, the women do a lot of the work. We just need you to be
What?
kind and protecting. Yes, the bonobo
I want to
females,
be a part of the bonobo. I love that.
yeah, yeah, they do, because they're capable. Here's the thing: society now is trying to teach women that we're not capable. There's a reason why. Like, and I love this, and again, Princella broke this down so good, but you can see it. There's a reason why we don't crack under. You put the same amount of pressure in terms of having to work and take care of the household and things like that. If you put that same amount of pressure on a woman that you do on a man, there's a reason why we have more endurance than men, in terms of, like, yes, men are physically stronger than us. I'll never say they're not, but we're not as mentally fragile as men. We're very capable, and that's why I
Yeah.
don't understand this group of women now who were like, I just want to sit at home and have the man go work. Ma'am, you're going to be working miserable as all these other trad wives do, because you're not going to be able to create and live in your full potential. And I'm not
Agreed.
saying we should be out here taking care of men. Get you a man that got him something to do and like to work, but above all else, he should be kind. He should be kind, and he shouldn't be predatory. And that is the space in which women will thrive.
And he should
So
want to have to see the best for you. You shouldn't have to tell him, no, I think it should be trained from early on. Hey, you shouldn't have to tell you that you should be good to your woman and want to see the. You should want to see the best. She shouldn't have to tell you this is hurting me, this is that. You shouldn't be looking for that. I agree.
yeah, but the bonobo, first of all, they start with the biology. They only reproduce with the kind bonobo males, and then from then on, they established from very young. They teach them how to interact with the women in society. But you have to start with the biology. We shouldn't be out here having sons by males who are aggressive and arrogant and domineering and insecure. They should never be able to sleep with you.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. And the media does too.
What'd you say?
I said society encourages that, and so does media. So, I mean,
It's true.
that's why you get that.
Yeah. And every time you go against nature, you're going to have problems. But we're learning. That's the thing. This is the age of information. And I'm grateful. Women are making better decisions. I know it doesn't look like it because of the media, but there are a lot of women who are foregoing having children at all. There are a lot of women who are like, I'm one and done. I meet so many women who are like, I'm waiting until God sends me a good partner, and they're weeding out. And that message that men send about lowering your standards, yes, some women do have ridiculous standards that are of no consequence to the actual quality of person that you're getting, right? So I do agree, women should evaluate their standards and determine whether or not they're superficial. But if women are saying, I'm gonna wait until a man that actually treats me good come along, I think that's a great standard that women should not settle on, because then what happens is you end up reproducing males that are just as terrible 9 times out of 10.
Agreed.
I got
You
something to
see
say
all.
though.
Mm-hmm.
So
Go
I
ahead.
was thinking to myself the other day, and I'm like, dudes aren't as fine as they used to be.
You think
Because I swear,
so? Okay.
dudes are not as fine as they used to be. Because Exhibit A, this what we got to look at. A rough looking
No.
dude with some rough dreads. I swear I see that all the time. A rough looking dude with some rough, dry dreads. I don't want to see that all the time.
Girl, I don't know. I feel like I see fine dudes. I feel like y'all probably just don't like the style. Like, I wish these men would cut their hair down like they used to.
Yeah. And they be having them, I call them spider braids.
Girl, not the
That
spider
go.
braid.
Yes. Spider braid. And they braids be sticking out. Or it could be they hair. They just hair looking like who is that? Chucky from Rugrats. I don't want to see that.
I don't like this look that Trippy Red. I see what you're saying. I wish they would be a little bit more clean cut like they used to be back in the day.
Yes.
But
Yes.
but let me tell you, as far as like physical features and
Not the
bodies,
Chirac.
what you say?
The Chirac dude did that. Keith Heathman did that. That's the reason why.
Yeah, I don't like that look either. I personally, because I'm very particular, like me, I wash my hair 2 to 3 times a week. And like, I would not, like these men that be having them dreads, they be going months and months without washing their hair. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because like, I don't want to, especially if like we sleep together, I don't want my face on the same pillows that your hair has been on, because I know it's dirty. Like, I can't do it.
My whole thing is I don't like dudes with hair, to be honest, because they don't upkeep it.
Yeah, like you need to wash. Just because you have dreads does not mean that you don't need to. You need to wash your hair at least once a week. Like, what are we talking about here?
Well, you guys are countercultural right now.
What do you mean?
Meaning that everything I hear y'all saying, women these days tend to be like them the opposite. I mean, just everything I heard y'all say, I'm like, this is a breath of fresh
No, I
air.
don't like that. I don't like all that. I
That's
only
because
like
we're not common.
And not to mention, even the whole thing is that I just realized something I read the other day, and that I figured out as a kid, but I never knew to be true. As you said, how whatever that eighth animal that you were saying, the second one from the chimp,
Mm-hmm.
um, that they select men based on the kindest and the one who treats it. That gives us the polar opposite message of humans. Like the aggressive, violent behavior. That seems to be that's what they want because then it makes it seem like okay, they're going to be more protective, more aggressive, more ambitious, and
But
if
like
I
just go ahead.
and if my and I don't mind his treatment of me being you know a bit of a secondary casualty, in his pursuit of greatness and domineering that I can benefit from, even if I take a
But
couple.
you know what? The men who are actually more kind, I don't know if you watch Joe Rogan, but I love his channel and he's such
Yeah,
a nice, kind person. And he used to do like MMA and things like that. And like even he's talked about the fact that like yes, the people who do martial arts that are super aggressive, like yeah, you'll go far on aggression and hard work alone. But he's talked about the fact that the ones who are great, like the ones who are the best of the best, they're always such kind and gentle souls. And that goes for the men and the women. So like that aggression alone will only get you so far. But like that, those people who are great, they genuinely care about people. And I don't like this notion that just because a man is kind, I think we've been tricked to believe that aggression and anger and arrogance means that a man is more capable of protecting us when really he's just angry and aggressive versus a
Yeah.
man who is willing, able to show restraint and really doesn't want a problem. A lot of the times and is disciplined, a lot of the times those men can be far more dangerous when they need to be than the man who is always aggressive. But I've been around
yeah,
men who
those
are
guys get
extremely
killed the
nice.
first. They're gonna get killed first.
Yeah, yeah. So I think we need to kind of change our perception around what we view a protector as. If you are a woman, and there's always this scenario like this, like, oh, y'all need a man because what if somebody break into your house? He's the one that's going to protect the house, and it's like, yeah, but I mean, in the rare event that does happen, because like 99 times out of 100, that's never going to happen in your lifetime. But let's say in the rare event that it did happen, what about the rest of those days where you have to live with him and you're emotionally unprotected? Like, you know what I'm saying? Or you're physically unprotected because he feel like he want to put his hands on you. Or somebody said yesterday when I was on a live to in the comment, like, slap a woman if she piss you off too bad or something like that. And it's like, no. You feel me? Like, you got to think about though all the other times and days and the other moments that you're going to spend with the man. That matters too. But yeah, nice guys only. Like, half of the problems, I don't have a man right now, but half of the problems that I see these women deal with now are like a result of just you're dealing with assholes. And that's one thing I can say. Even if something don't work out, or if I'm talking to somebody and it don't work out, it's not because they're a mean person or aggressive man towards me.
Well, I mean, now here's the thing: Scorpio males, what the knock on them, the manipulation of the being aggressive and violent. I think that can be in any sign, whatever. But you know, all men are capable of doing that at times. So I'm just walking through my building, the next building. But yeah, I think that the real issue is that, like I said, just the wrong behavior being encouraged,
Mm-hmm.
wrong lessons being learned. and older heads who might have gotten away with certain things, or by the time they did get dealt with about it, their lessons had already set in, and it become, it kind of spread like wildfire. I'm just getting on the elevator.
Mhm.
Y'all talk.
Yeah, yeah. But I think over time, I think with time, I think with this younger Gen Z women, they're not having kids because they can't afford to have them. I think there's all this information about how to spot red flags on the internet. I think this will self correct. I think what it is people don't like the dialogue on the internet. A lot of things that are being said are uncomfortable. And I think what people need to learn to do, like when men say things about women that are true and I can see it in some form, I don't mind acknowledging that it's true, especially because most of the time that don't have nothing to do with me, right? Or and if it does have something to do with me, then I go work on it. If it's something that makes me feel uncomfortable, then that lets me know I need to go work on it. But at the same time, I feel like even though a lot of people don't like the dialogue in the internet banter and they feel like it's dividing men and women, I feel like it's doing what it
Mhm.
needs to do. I
Mm.
honestly and truly do. I feel like it's getting women to slow down. It's getting women to delay reproduction or decide to not produce at all. And over time, that will remedy itself. I think over time, we'll have better quality of people, not even just men, better quality of people because women will be being more choosy about their partners.
Well, let's see. I mean, I hope you're right. It's just that when I hear self-correction, it just sounds like eugenics. Even though my kids have all kind of issues themselves, they're not incompetent, but they just a lot of stuff that's going on. But
You know what?
it's
It
just
does
something.
sound like eugenics, but like in nature is eugenics. Like I hate to say it that way. I sound like such a complete asshole, but what we do as human beings in the ways that we choose to reproduce is completely unnatural to every other species on this earth. It's unnatural what we're doing, and we are witnessing the consequences of that. Um,
Yep. Because everything is out of order.
Well, ultimately, if you have a bunch of assholes delinquent people having kids, I mean, they kind of kill each other off anyway.
Well, yeah, that's true, but we just needed to slow down in general, right? But I think it will be fine. I think it will be fine. I don't believe the human species. I'm not that extreme where I feel like we should just die out in general. I think AI is coming in. It's going to take over a lot of jobs. The people who are saying we need to be reproducing more kids, no, I mean we're on this AI train. It doesn't seem to be slowing down. There will be less jobs available in the future. So what we need to be focusing on right now is having less kids and reproducing the best quality children that we produce. For the ones who are still going to be here and able to operate in society.
But it
Okay,
seems
I
like
got something to say.
Hmm.
The thing is, the reason why people don't like these conversations on TikTok and stuff,
Hmm.
it's because, especially now that on TikTok it's not, Gen Z based anymore, and like baby boomers and Gen X and millennials are on there now. It's the fact that I think some people are appalled because their generation was taught to sweep stuff up under the rug and not
Hmm.
to, speak up on things. But now that folks is speaking on things, with the whole Halle situation, and she, exercising her, small bit of rights, however, to get her protection order, however the case may be, and folks is appalled because they don't want they don't want women to have resources.
Oh no, because look, the conversation, like if Hallie would have just kept putting up with it for years and years and years, and then let's say 5 years later, she finally spoke up about it or went and found
Mhm.
something, people would be calling her a liar, or they would be like, "Well,
Right.
why didn't you do this a long time ago?" So it's like when we're doing when we go and do the right things, as soon as
Mm-hmm.
possible, people still talk shit because ultimately the real problem is people want women to be, and it's not even just men. It's a lot of it's a lot of women that hate women and dislike women and who
That's
made
so
bad
true.
decisions in their who made bad decisions in their lives and relationships and are continuing to do so, and they want other women to be miserable and in hell with them. So they get upset when they see women practicing agency over themselves or saying, you know what, I'm gonna nip
Yep.
this in the bud right now.
So what do you think about a Six the Goddess or Danica Marie?
I don't like Danica. I like Six. I don't like Danica. Danica is a panderer.
Yeah, it seems like I feel like that too. I feel like she's not all the way authentic, and I don't think she knows what to do with the energy that she conjures up from these men. I just
Danica
don't think.
done
Go ahead.
Danica has gotten to the point where she's doing what Melanie King did, where she's doing what is making the money, and I'm
I
not
love
mad at
Melody
her.
King.
Uh, Melanie King is kind of trying to change her ways a little bit. But Melanie King pandered for a long time. You know, Melanie King and Six the Goddess got into it because they had words. And then they seen each other in person. I like Six. I don't agree with everything she says. I think some of the stuff Six says, I feel like she'll be fair. Or she'll say the thing like when men need to be criticized, she'll criticize men. I think when women need to be criticized, she'll criticize women. I don't agree with Six basically trying to make it seem like black women should only be dating black men. Cause then Six, you just gotta if you're gonna say that, then you just gotta acknowledge that a lot of black women ain't gonna have a man because it ain't enough to go around, sis. So
That's
it's
true.
kind of like you can't tell women they should be uncomfortable being single, but then tell them they should only date black men because the numbers are not in our favor, regardless of whether you just dating black men. But now you really making it hard on the sisters, right? So I don't agree with all that. But I agree because y'all gotta understand, Six used to work in the barbershop. She used to also work in the strip club, right? So she's coming from a perspective of being in male spaces, having talked to men, and a lot of stuff she says about the way men are in their psychology is true. Um, what I don't like about Six is I don't like that, women do need to get healthy. Women do need to be a healthy weight. But I feel like sometimes she just beats that point to the ground, right?
Yeah, she
And she makes it seem like that's gonna you being fit is gonna make you be more likely to find a good man. And like Six is gorgeous. She knows this.
Oh yeah,
Just
she's
as any other
15 out of
pretty
10.
woman knows, it makes it harder for you. It doesn't make it. If anything, you'll be single longer if you're as good looking as she is and as in shape as she is, and you actually want to find somebody that you feel like is on your level. You will be single longer than the woman who's out of shape. And my whole thing is, another thing I don't like that she does is she will tell women to go get with any man as long as he's a provider. It don't and a protector and a provider. It don't matter how he look. We don't got to be physically attracted to him. She says we're masculine, but all the men she dates are fine.
That's good news for me.
Yeah, she said that. She said it don't matter how they look, fat, ugly, but whatever. As long as that, she said it's masculine if you're a woman and you care about a man's looks. But all she do is fine. I ain't never seen her with no ugly man. So what are we talking about here, sis?
Well, that's what I'm saying. She's the other side of what the red pill dudes are. They're these big, huge, buff dudes telling you guys how to be more, more pimped out with these women. It's like, bruh, I mean, 99% of dudes do not have your options. Just like 80% of women don't have Six the Goddess. I don't know how Six the Goddess herself is not married to an NBA player or a rap executive or something. I have no idea how I'm surprised that she's not with some Arab billionaire.
The reason why she's not is because she used to work in a strip club. So she knows here's the thing. Six tells women to put up with stuff that she would never. You get what I'm trying to say? Even with
Yeah.
the whole conversation that she's had about cheating, If Six wanted to go be with an NBA player, a rapper, or an Arab right now, especially her being in proximity to men that had money, as long as she could have, Six is way more feminist than she lets off. She's not going for that. She don't want to live like that. She's a Virgo. So she's smart.
Yeah.
These men can't run game on her. She don't want to be with a man that got her stuck in the house and he insecure, and she don't want to be dealing with no man that's out here cheating with any and everybody. She's not saying that. She's encouraging women to go put up with that kind of behavior or understand why men do that. But not in this life or the next would never.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's why she's single. Or that's why we've seen her have boyfriends, and for whatever reason they don't work out, and we don't never hear about the man. And she not going for none of that.
And I mean, and not to mention, obviously, she's not going to herself deal with a broke man. So I think that, I mean, hey, in the sense that she is living out her rhyme, or at least yours, where you said that I think someone has to be single for as long as we have to because we don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
The
and
Melanie
I think
King,
it's
I drink both their bathwater, but nevertheless,
not drink.
uh,
Yeah, that's another one who gives that talks about Melanie King don't have a man either.
she don't. I swear she was engaged or married.
When I know she been married before, but they got a divorce. Is she engaged now?
I thought she was. Same thing with that Reva lady. You know
Who?
Reva, right?
I don't know who that is.
Reva TV. She's a black woman.
Uh-uh.
So
No.
she's not light skinned like Melanie King. Go check her out though. But yeah,
Oh, okay, okay. I'm gonna have to check her out. But a lot of them, my whole thing is if they were really
I might
on
drink
what
Reva straight bathwater too. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, but my whole thing is a lot of these women who get on here that kind of behave like say a lot of the things along the lines that Six says, what Melanie says, and the only one of them that's been married for a long time is Danica. And honestly, I think Danica be putting on because her man has a channel, and I think he's a decent guy. So it's kind of like the dude she be encouraging us to date. Her man don't even be giving that. So
You don't?
have you seen her husband?
Yeah, he's dark skinned and he's buff, right? And he got dreads.
Yeah, but he don't seem like he the type that the men. Danica again, she's one of those other ones who will try to tell all the women we should go date these red pill men that are, you know what I'm saying? Like she plays into their emotions, but I'm like, girl, Eric seemed cool and confident. He don't seem like you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, yeah, I'm saying he does. He seems like a decent. Like I'm jealous of him. Like I'm like, dang, and I can't say nothing about him. He seems like he has it together. He's intelligent.
Yeah,
He
he
supports
don't.
what she does.
He's so yeah, he don't seem like a dude that would ever buy into that. He don't seem like a dude that would ever be watching her channel at all because he just, you can tell if him and Danica broke up, he could go get him another woman. Well, and then here's the thing with Danica, she do a lot of hoe shaming and slut shaming, but it's like, girl, you cheated on your man to go be with Eric, which I'm not. I mean, it is what it is. I'm just saying the hyena behavior or the stuff she shames women for, she was engaging in those things when she met her husband. She just really liked her husband, so she got it together for him. But she had to meet somebody that she actually liked, though, is what I'm saying. Her shaming women for not dating men that they don't want is crazy to me because she left a man she didn't want to go be with one she wanted.
Now, what do you think about somebody like Crimson Cure?
Crimson Cure is a hater. Uh, she is. She's Crimson Cure gives. She never was, I'm not gonna say, I'm gonna say this. Like, have you seen Crimson Cure Sultry? Are you on
Mm-mm.
still?
No, I
Okay,
haven't
well,
seen that person.
you gonna
You
have
never
to
seen
see her. Hold on, I'm gonna pull her up. I'm gonna pull her up. I'm gonna pull her up, and then everything that she says. So she's very male centered, male identified. She's the one that started calling all the women hyenas.
Yeah, I got
Uh,
the term, but when she
yes,
says
and
hyena, I'm
my
thinking
whole
about girls like, because remember she's from Chicago. Chicago got hyenas. I mean, like hyenas. Like I'm talking about chicks like King Blonde Sister type. That's what I'm thinking of.
that's what I. But she, yeah, that's what I think when I think of hyena. But she called any woman that just ain't done sat down and sitting at home barefoot and pregnant a hyena. That's how she be acting. Hold on. Like this, 30 and older still clubbing. Let's see what she says. Let's see what she says. Hold on. Now you look at her and then you don't understand why she say the things she say.
Hey, all my Crimsonites, and welcome to the Crimson Cure channel, where we embrace our femininity, increase our womanly values, and celebrate our brothers. So join me on our feminine journey to learn, heal, and grow.
Now, first of all, she want us all to be walking around dressed like that, and what she don't
Hey
understand.
there, my Crimsonites, and welcome to the Crimson Cure channel. I'm your hostess, femininity coach, and author. The time for therapy.
Hold on, why she not on camera? Okay. No.
She's
Give
always
me a
on
second.
camera.
I know. Let me find a video of her on camera. She think we all dress like hoes and thoughts, and she want us to be dressed like her, not even understanding that the men ain't even checking for women that's walking around dressed like her. Hold on. The same women that she sit up and talk bad about, the men run after. Hold on. I can't find a video. Here, hold on. Let me try to find the live. Here
If
she
you could
go.
find Viva TV, you'll see that she's really pretty.
Do y'all see this? Okay, so she's talking about y'all. Did y'all see that girl who tried to hit the other girl with the baton and she wasn't taking accountability? And she was like, I didn't do that. Y'all remember during the track race? And I'm like, girl, you're making this a sex thing when Gen Z in general has less accountability than what we had as kids.
They do.
Like their parents don't teach them any form of accountability. Huh?
Oh yes, we do. They just, like I said, the rest of society don't. The children's, child protection in the schools and all of that, the media, etc.
Yeah. And then she runs with this narrative that, like, oh, I'm sorry. Y'all couldn't even hear it because I wasn't even sharing it. Hold on.
Or see it.
Let me share it. I'm sorry.
For believing me.
We stand with you. That's why we stand with you. We support you.
Thank y'all for supporting me. Because nobody else wanted to hear my story except for people that know me and people that know I would never do anything like that. I would never harm anybody. I'm not a fighter. I'm not even confrontational. I wouldn't even do that on purpose. And I thank y'all for believing in me. And I love y'all.
Let me fast forward it.
Raise money. Let's raise money to pay her hospital bill. Why not talk to that girl? Have your mother talk to her mother, your father talk to that girl's father, and y'all hash it out and make sure if it was such an accident
if you really did not mean to hit that girl and hurt that girl, nevertheless, she was hurt. You sitting around crying. It's unbelievable. You're crying, but this girl is hurt. This is not on, no apologies, nowhere, no remorse, nothing.
Okay, I agree with her with this, right? I agree with her. It's when she start going on with this shit.
He did not mean to do that. People who get into car accidents and it was they blindsided. Oh man, what's she doing? You ain't that hurt. You're not that hurt.
You can create ultra realistic virtual influencers that wear your products, t-shirts, hats, jewelry, whatever.
Full speed. Your arms are doing this. That's simple. If you gonna sit there and lie, you might as well keep it simple. So it don't have to remember trying to
I can't find
take
the
up
part
for the person that got accused, no matter what they got accused of. And we can think about predatory behavior.
Okay, so I'm not gonna go through all of that, but basically she was saying, like at some point in the live, that the reason why this young lady is not taking accountability is because she's a female, and females are raised not to take accountability our whole entire life. And I'm like, that's so crazy because our biology does not even permit that, right? Women have to take a lot of accountability. Like women lose friendships because they cheat and they have friends who don't agree with that. Women get slut shamed. If a woman gets raped or something like that, 9 times out of 10, most people are, even still to this day, even past the Me Too movement. And I'm not saying that all women, like, of course, there are going to be some women that are lying, right? I've actually seen that. But it's to the point where, like, women, if you accuse somebody of doing something to you as a woman, you're going to be heavily scrutinized. If you drink alcohol and you go to a man's house and he grapes you, people are going to say, why were you the one who drank alcohol? Why were you with him drinking? Why did you go to his house? If a woman gets pregnant, her accountability is she's either going to have to deal with the consequences of getting an abortion. It doesn't affect the man at all, honestly and truly, unless it was a situation where he like really loved you and y'all were together and he wanted to have a kid. He might feel away, but most of the times he doesn't care. And you're going to have to deal with the consequences of that, whether they be emotional, whether it be that they messed you up and you have to deal with infertility. Women have to deal with the consequences of raising kids, regardless of whether or not the man is or is not gonna be around. And I know y'all feel like that child support is accountability. A lot of these men on child support ain't even paying it, and if they are, they ain't paying enough. Okay, so it's to the point where our biology doesn't even allow for women not to take accountability for the things that people believe we don't take accountability for, right? A lot of women won't tell y'all, but we more sensitive than men. A lot of women are out here having to deal with constant UTIs and things like that for the lifestyle that they live in. Might not even be an STD. Even if you're using a rubber, you steady sleeping with men, girl, you gonna burn at some point. And you steady out here having a rotation. So I don't agree with the line of thought that women never take accountability, because just the way we're built and the things that we have to be responsible for doesn't even allow for it.
Well, I think that what she's talking about is sort of the social stuff. I mean, what you just said there, yeah, that's always been the case. But I think that in today's day, and I think that she takes that for granted. And I think what she's talking about is sort of like within the education system and in media, and in general, men are always the ones who, and it, men definitely do get held accountable by society, more so, or looked at a certain way more so than women are. But you're right, though. I mean, there's natural, things that happen that, like you said, women cheating. I don't know, women, that doesn't seem to be an issue anymore. But definitely there's natural consequences, like with the pregnancies and, you know, uh, people in society treating you different, you know, depending on how you're behaving with your body or with your social circle. But I mean, Crimson, she's addressing um, basically a lot of the judgments and stuff like that are on men, and how women generally are given a pass, especially young women, and how she's in Chicago, so she sees how the other side of how demonic these women can be. But again, I mean, I think she does take that a little too far. I don't think we live in a gynocracy like some of the red pill guys and others think. You know, I don't believe that, but I definitely feel like in a more pro-feminist society, those are some of the byproducts.
I feel like with Crimson Cure, I agree. Like there are certain things, like I agree with what she's saying about the situation with the girl not taking accountability. Like with her, I'll listen to her, and there are certain things that I do agree with, but then I'll listen to her, and I'm like, you're just hating because you've never been beautiful. Like you're
Oh,
I'm sorry, it's true. She hates on women, especially when you hear her when she specifically starts addressing pretty women. I listen to her and I'm like, you're just hating because you've never been in that position. So, and again, I'm not calling her like ugly. I'm calling her like I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying this is the most attention she's ever gotten in her life. These her when she bashes women, the men that come to her channel are the most attention that she's ever gotten from men in life.
oh, absolutely.
So she enjoys it and she plays into that.
I'm
And,
sure she's even
and she's
gotten some of
willing
her
to,
rock songs from that.
you said what?
I'm sure she's even gotten some of her rock songs from that. Now that you mention it like that, I can't imagine it would be. It probably is arousing for her, even if she doesn't mean for it to be. Or, she's Muslim or whatever. I thought is she married?
Her husband passed away. So she said she was married for 20 years and then her husband passed away. So
Okay, okay.
I'm not sure. I don't be like, in her business. And I understand sis got to make a living. Sis got to get to the money. But if I have to go back and like get specific lives where she's done. Like even one live, she kind of like relished in pretty women getting older and their looks fading and them becoming invisible like her. She like literally said that. Like
Yeah,
invisible
I
like the
see it.
rest of us. So it's like
Yeah,
you
I
can
see
tell
that.
she clearly has some resentment towards women who have been able to experience their youth being young and being beautiful, and it comes off as a hater type. And unlike like I really do believe like unlike Danica and them, like I really do think she's about everything she says she's about. Right? But some of that has to do with, ma'am, like you have to be, nobody pays attention to you. Like now they pay attention to you because you're on YouTube making content that's geared towards red pill men and they like to hear that. And it's not that she doesn't make valid points, but it's like, let's be for real. Like you have been invisible all of your life. So like why do you get I get it. I get why she does what she does. I just don't agree with it. I feel like the only time like if you've never been a woman and have been like young and beautiful and had the options that young beautiful women have, or not even just beautiful women, like average looking women, right? Just any like if you've never been
Yeah.
in those shoes, you can't really speak to what they should or should not be doing. Because like what if Crimson Cure was born uh an above average attractive woman or a super beautiful woman? Would she have married the man that she married? Would she have chose to be in the religion that she's in? Would she choose to have covered up all her life like that? Nobody was looking at her anyway. Like would she have chosen to uh date around? Like would she have had more of a pick in the men that she wanted? Like when you've had the ability to live like that, then I feel like you can speak on it and tell other women what they should and should not be doing. But if that's never even really been an option for you, then you have no business speaking on it, in my opinion, because you can't
Well, I
even
mean, it's no different than the guys who've never been that guy before, and they've never got a bunch of women, and they were never the out. So, you know, maybe it might be a different dynamic, but I mean,
it's the
I've been
same.
so. And I like to take pot shots at those guys. I like to see those guys get their comeuppance, whatever. As long as they're, if they're not, if they're humble guys, whatever, that care, that seem like they would care about somebody like me, and they go after the people who I don't think, like Pac did with Puffy and all those guys. Yeah, of course. Just like a woman who's a good-looking woman who, is kind to dudes like me, she's got a status to me. Um, but I mean, I get what you're trying to say. That's why I think that's why I'm interested to see what you would see if you seen Reba TV, because she is pretty and she looks like she's about the stuff that she says she's about, but she's not quite as bombastic.
Yeah, I gotta look her up. I think I might have seen her. Is she light skinned?
No, she looks like she kind of looks like a Nanda Lewis or not. I mean, as that complexion or like
Oh, I
then
seen her. I
again,
don't like her. I don't like her.
she
I
has a
don't like
very pleasant personality.
I don't like her because I watched a video that I forgot what it was, but it was a case where she was clearly pandering. Like what she was saying was just so unreasonable that I was like, ma'am, you don't possibly think what you're saying. Like there's no way. Uh and that when I can tell it's a case of clear pandering, I don't like it at all. There's a difference between like, you know me, like I'll give like when I see that a man is right or that the woman is wrong in the situation, like I'll give it to you. Or I'll concede certain points if I can see what you're saying. But if it's a situation where it's like, ma'am, like, come on now. Or she was clearly the victim in that situation. I was like, stop. Like,
Yeah,
I can't take people like that seriously.
and I think that I mean one thing they all have in common is that they seem to all play into this hostility towards liberal society. I think you might have that some of that in common with them is that there seems to be they but and again who knows, because I mean from a woman's perspective, what does a woman have to gain to being opposed to liberal society? Granted, my ex-wife is opposed to liberal society, but she's also way more feminist than what she's trying to come off today. So
Yeah. I mean, I'm a like I don't want to say like those type of women who make these blanket statements like I'm opposed to feminism and this is that. And it's like, man, feminism is the only reason why you have a platform. So you can't outright just say that because you wouldn't even have a platform to speak had it not been
yeah,
for feminism, or you wouldn't be able to have supported yourself for so long before you got married had it not been feminism. So you don't actually believe that. And if you had to go back to a time where you couldn't have your own bank account even, or or you couldn't even purchase or anything like that without a man, I think you think very differently. So
yeah,
I never trust women that make those type of blanket statements. A lot of these women, especially them who are getting married and having their kids older and saying these things, it's like, ma'am, do you know that you would have been expected to get married at 14 and been popping out babies right away? You know, the
yeah,
ones that sit up and bash women who are college educated, and it's like, ma'am, you sound very educated to me. Like, you
yeah.
sound very educated to me. So what are we talking about here? Again, these women pander and they want to appear. They know, like, that's the quickest way to come up. If you're a attractive woman, and in the case of Crimson Cure, if you're just a woman, talk shit about women and make it seem like women are wrong in every situation and make it seem like feminism is bad. And that's what a lot of men want to hear because they don't like that they have to actually be women have to actually like them now. Women don't need them. Women don't need their resources, even though you have some that walk around here acting like they can't do without a man's resources, right? But we have the means to provide for ourselves now.
Oh, no
And
question.
it's always baffling to me how the men that watch him all the time and like never criticize him don't see through this facade. Like they don't actually hate feminism. What they hate is other women. They don't hate feminism.
Yeah, yeah,
They use it to their advantage when it works for them. They hate other women.
yeah. They're trying to fight their competition, and they're doing it through anti-feminism, anti-liberal society. I think maybe they could be a little more specific, like I am, and say, they might be opposed to the third or fourth wave of feminism, but they appreciate the early women's suffrage or whatever. Like as you can see, I've
Thanks.
been thinking about this stuff for a long time. So I understand what it is that the value to what certain social movements that have been, regardless of whether there was a Rothschild or a Rockefeller or a George
Yeah.
Soros at the top. But the first two waves of feminism I agree with. I think you need women to be able to do stuff that will function in society, and inflation has made it. So, you know, you do need two incomes. So I don't know why the red pill or any other men for you know what? Maybe I should start this niche on how to teach men to be humble, good enough guys so they can get a woman who can be a provider. I think I should do that because women are making more
You know
money
what?
and
There are a lot of women who actually would not mind that position. I mean, there's a lane for that. If you're a man and you want to get with a woman and you want to be a stay-at-home dad, or you just want to find a woman who maybe makes more money than you, even if you are working, and you want to figure out how to get with her and have a successful relationship with her, there are women out here who are ready and willing to be with a man like that. The thing is, you can't, like, here's the thing with these men. They get with the women solely for the money and they don't actually like her. And then they be out cheating on her, spending her money. She's going to put you out, sir. So you have to
yeah,
actually genuinely like the girl. And
yeah.
then you have to stop cheating, because if not, she's going to put you out. Okay. So I mean, I think there's a lane for that. You should definitely do it. And I personally don't see anything wrong with that. If a woman wants to be the main source of finances and she don't like being in the house, and the dude wants to be a homemaker, like, I feel like that's fine. Or not even just stay at home or work less or whatever the case, man. I think that's fine, so long as he's not out here ripping and running in the streets. I don't see nothing wrong with that. Personally, I feel like that will work for a lot of women. A lot of women don't need a provider man. Um, I think
They need a
that
helpmate.
what you said, what?
They need a helpmate. They want some. They want a supporter, but support looks different. I don't think it's that complicated at all, man. I don't know how we human beings don't get trained to know this shit. If the woman makes more money, then you do what you would want the woman to do for you. If you were, you know what I mean, like a team. You know what I mean? Just learning how to play a supporting role. One day you might make more money than her. You know what I mean? Like be flexible. So
No, that's true.
I don't know. And they have these stupid ass shows where it's like, in this episode, the woman made more money than this man, and he didn't know how to act. And he was like, "What do I do? I'm bored. I've been work." Like, come on, man. Like,
You know
chill
what?
out. You guys are
I've
goofy.
actually I've actually seen a relationship kind of like that work. So I had some foster parents who the foster dad used to drive trucks, but for whatever reason he stopped and they decided they were going to do foster care. My foster mom was the one who would go to work every day and he stayed at home. Even when we were at school, he was at home because, when you have foster kids, if the kids, we act up at school, so they'll call you, come pick us up. Or we have way more doctor's appointments than the average kid that we have to go through, and they're mandated by the state. So it was like he was the stay-at-home dad. He would make sure he cleaned the house and he made sure that the meals got cooked, and she would come home to a cooked meal. She would cook on the weekends only. And they had a pretty, to this day, they're still married and have a pretty great relationship, and he's very supportive of her. She's more ambitious than him. But he's very kind to her and very supportive of her, and it works.
And I'd love to be an advisor too. Like, I would be so. Like, I don't know. I shouldn't be talking like this. I'm not gonna give away more game. I'm gonna
Yeah,
leave.
that's for you. That's your lane, Jamal. You don't give the game away. That's your lane. But you know what, Jamal? I've been on here for 5 hours. I can't
Yeah,
believe
we
it.
gotta get out of here.
I gotta get up in 2 hours to start work.
Oh
All
shit.
right. Thank y'all for those. Yeah, thank y'all for those of y'all who stuck it out with me this long and listen to it. Y'all, please hit the like button on your way out, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow. Good night.
Have a fun one.
Thank you. You too.